LoveLore Library. At that time, they were all excited, thinking that they were different from the rest and had been chosen by young master for a special task. Who would have thought that young master would lure them to the purple gold mine and make them dig up all the ore veins in the north of the mine like groundhogs? Later on, when they asked around, it turned out that their miserly young master Yun had said that it would cost money to hire miners. Since the hunting corps had limited funds, they might as well pick a few strong hunters to do the mining. Everyone had cried out in grief at that time. When they had heard that Grandmaster Zhong Ren had obtained half of the purple gold mine, the hunters of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps had rejoiced for a while. Everyone thought that they would be able to live a good life from now on. Later on, they found out that this mine was the leftover ore from Zhou State's army. There wasn't much purple gold ore left in the north of the mine. They didn't know what the shrewd young master was planning to do this time. He had actually asked for such a waste mine. Fortunately, young Master Yun held a high position in the hearts of all the hunters. No one dared to disobey his orders. Zhou Quan's face was covered in dirt as he worked for a few days. Finally, he had dug out more than half of the mine. After digging, Zhou Quan realized that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They had dug out about 1,000 caddies of purple gold ore from the waste mine. After refining it, they should be able to get a few 100,000 Empire purple gold coins. Who would have thought that when everyone continued to dig towards the north of the mine, they would encounter a strange wall? Chapter 335. After Zhou Quan and the rest told their young master about the situation, he stared at the wall and pondered for a long time. Have all of you tried? You can't even dig 3 feet into the ground. Yun Sheng looked at the hunters behind her, who were all sweating profusely. Yes, we have. Look at our shovels. We have changed a few pairs. I can guarantee that the stone of this wall is the hardest I have ever seen in my life. Zhou Quan was afraid that the young master would blame them for not doing things quickly, so he brought out the few pairs of shovels that had been dug out. Yun Sheng took a look. Without exception, every tool was broken. Alright, that's all for today. You guys, prepare some food and water for me. I will be staying in the mine for 3 days. Remember, don't come in and disturb me if there is nothing important. Also, unless I look for you, don't pay attention to any movements in the mine. Yun Xing waved her hand and sent a group of hunters out. Zhou Quan and the rest did not know what Yun Xing's intention was, but what their young master said was the truth. No one dared to ask and obediently prepared the food and water, leaving Yun Xing alone in the mine. The mine returned to silence. Yun Xing sized up the wall. She had felt that this wall was unusual the last time, but unfortunately, she did not have the time to study it in detail. On the first day, Yun Xing was in the mine, repeatedly experimenting with all kinds of magic. She used the 4 magical elements of wind, earth, water, and fire respectively. Whether it was burning with fire, piercing with water, blowing with wind, or piercing with earth, she tried every method. However, the wall in front of him was extremely stubborn, and no magical element could cause the wall to change in the slightest. On the second day, Yun Xing changed her plan. Since magical elements did not work, she tried to use the second combat technique of combining with the puffed egg to try to break the wall with monstrous strength. But even after using 500 kilograms of monstrous strength, the wall still did not move. On the third day, Yun Xing decided that if she still could not find a way to solve the secret of the wall, she would use a magic array to temporarily seal the wall. She would try again in the future when her cultivation level improved. Failed again. Yun Xing dejectedly withdrew the power of the Jade Marrow technique. The Jade Marrow technique was her last trump card, but even the mysterious Jade Marrow technique had no effect on the wall. Looks like I can only give up. Yun Xing had to collect her emotions. She turned and left to meet up with Zhou Quan and the rest. Just as she walked out of the mine, she noticed a large pile of gravel at the entrance of the mine. When Tang Yuan's mages and mysterious people found this mine, due to time constraints, they directly set up a thunderstorm magic array at the entrance of the mine. The thunderstorm had the magical elements of the thunderstorm was similar to a bomb in the modern sense. Explosion. Why not try the magic of lightning? Yunxing suddenly thought of her own profound magic. Because the power of the thunderstorm vortex was too astonishing, Yunxing could only use it a limited number of times. After she entered Wushuan Everlasting Hall, she had never used this kind of magic again. Ordinary magic would not work. Perhaps under the effect of the water and fire magical elements, it could produce unexpected effects. Yunsheng was wild with joy. She immediately turned around and rushed to the position of the wall. After walking around the wall, Yunsheng used her hand to lightly hit the wall. Listening to the sound, she roughly identified the thickness of the wall, which was the weakest point. It's here. Yunxing first activated the Jade Marrow technique in her body. When the Jade Marrow technique came into effect, a jade-like translucent light appeared on Yunxing's right palm. That was the power of the Jade Marrow technique. As long as she had this level of power, even water and fire magical elements would not be able to hurt Yunxing's palm. This was the safest method that Yunxing came up with after countless practice in the magic tower of the Royal Magic Academy. She immediately raised her magic scepter and chanted. When the two soul stones on the bone enchantment scepter lit up, two magical elements, one red and one blue, appeared on Yunxing's fair palms. The red one was the aggressive fire magical element. The blue one was the relatively gentle water magical element. Among the four natural magical elements, fire and water were two completely different elements. Most mages were unable to use and control these two magical elements at the same time. But Yunxing, who possessed 5 magical spirits, was an exception. Her 5 fingers moved quickly. Under the effect of her fingers, the red and blue magical elements were like countless flexible water plants, dancing. They were like small tadpoles, mixing with each other. When the water came into contact with the fire, only a pu-pu sound could be heard. The sound became more and more frequent. As Yunxing's fingers moved faster and faster, more and more of the fire and water magical elements merged together. There was a shocking repulsive force between the two magical elements. But under the effect of Yunxing's trillium hand, the repulsive force was dispelled by Yunxing's fingers once it was formed. From the initial repulsive force, they gradually merged and spun, gradually forming a spherical magic lightning vortex. Condensing an arcane magic lightning vortex consumed more than 50% of Yunxing's magical elements. Her forehead was covered with sweat. Raising her eyebrows, Yunxing secretly said in her heart, "Victory or defeat depends on this. Go!" Arcane Magic Lightning Vortex. Chapter 336. Countless rocks came crashing down from the top of the mine. Behind her, the mine was rapidly collapsing. Yunxing did not expect that this wall was actually the inner wall of the mine. At this moment, a large stone slab came crashing down from the top of her head. Yunxing's strength was exhausted and she did not have a trace of magic power in her body. She could not dodge it in time. Her vision turned black. Yunxing only heard a beast-like roar and then she did not know anything else. The moment the mine collapsed, the hunters stationed in the mine also heard the sound of the mine collapsing. Zhou Quan hurried over with a group of hunters. However, by the time they arrived, the mine had already completely collapsed. The entrance had already been destroyed. Not to mention a human, even a dog would have a hard time entering. Oh no, young master is still inside. Zhou Quan was shocked by this sudden turn of events. His expression immediately changed. He ordered people to clean up the cave immediately and sent people to inform Yun Songlong and the rest. When Yun Songlong arrived, it was already 2 to 3 hours later. What happened? Where's Xing? Looking at the messy mine and the surroundings, Yun Songlong's expression changed greatly when he did not see Yun Xing's figure. Leader, we don't know either. This mine was still fine a few days ago. Young Master. Young Master was buried inside. Zhou Quan stuttered. Just as he finished speaking, Yun Songlong roared and rushed into the cave. Who knew that there was a figure who was even faster than him? That person grabbed Zhou Quan. What did you say? Yun Sheng. She was buried inside the mine. Zhou Quan was dumbfounded. The man in front of him was handsome and his entire person emitted a powerful aura. This aura was different from Yun Songlong's. There was a noble air in his aura. Duke Baiming. Zhou Quan stuttered. He recognized the man in front of him. He was Yi Baiming who had accompanied Yun Xing to Luoxia City. He vaguely remembered that between Duke Baiming and young Master Yun, he seemed to be young Master Yun's retainer. Your Highness, please release him first. Zhou Quan, tell me, why is Yun Xing alone in the mine? Didn't you send someone to tell me earlier that the mine has been emptied? Yun Songlong was also very worried that Yun Xing was trapped in the mine and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. However, he knew that the more it was like this, the more he couldn't lose his composure. On one hand, he ordered the hunters to immediately find tools and deploy manpower. On the other hand, he asked Zhou Quan in detail about the whole situation. Zhou Quan told Yun Xing about the discovery of the wall. Yun Xing insisted on staying in the cave alone for 3 days and 3 nights. A few days ago, everything was fine, but in the afternoon, a loud noise suddenly came from the mine. By the time they arrived, the cave had already collapsed. After hearing all of this, Yi Baiming's usually calm face had a hint of anxiety. How could something like this happen in just a few days? Yi Baiming couldn't help but blame himself. He should have rushed over earlier. If it weren't for the purple gold ore, he would have accompanied the little wild cat. She also wouldn't have stayed in the mine alone. The outside of the mine was already in ruins, and it was very likely that a small-scale collapse was occurring inside. It would be very dangerous to enter the mine at this time. Your Highness, your body is priceless. The situation in the mine is unknown and it is very likely to be dangerous. Please go back first. Yun Songlong had just met Yi Baiming not long ago. He didn't even have time to ask why Yi Baiming would appear at the border. Yun Xing's accident made Yun Songlong extremely anxious. He commanded the hunters and planned to personally join the rescue team. I'll go with you. Yi Baiming rolled up his sleeves. Ignoring Yun Songlong's dissuasion, he started to move the boulder. The sky gradually darkened. 3 hours had passed since the mine collapsed. The hunters were still moving the boulder. There were countless boulders of various sizes that had collapsed in the mine. Some of the boulders even weighed more than 1,000 pounds. During this period, there were several aftershocks. Yi Baiming didn't care about his own safety. He carried the boulder like a madman. His hands were abraded in many places, but he still refused to stop. His silver-gray eyes flashed with a stubborn light. His actions made Yun Songlong couldn't help but look askance. His Highness and Xing. Yun Songlong seemed to see his past self in Yi Baiming. He sighed and no longer tried to dissuade him. Together with Yi Baiming, he moved the boulder one by one. When the hunters saw the dignified Lord Baiming and Yun Songlong working so hard, they didn't dare to be negligent. It wasn't until the moon set in the west, around dawn, that the boulder at the entrance of the mine was removed. A narrow passageway appeared in front of them. With Yi Baiming and Yun Songlong's height, they could only barely pass by climbing. Your Highness, let me go in first. Yun Songlong saw Yi Baiming walking in first and hurriedly stopped him. No, I want to be the first to find her. Yi Baiming bent down and went into the passageway. It was pitch black in front of them. Yi Baiming was the first, Zhou Quan was the second, and Yun Songlong was the last. In order to prevent another accident in the cave, Yun Songlong didn't let anyone else follow in. With only 3 people, the space seemed very narrow. Inside the mine, after a cave-in, the interior was gray and hazy. But Yi Baiming could already clearly see everything in the cave. Although Yi Baiming was very confident in his little wild cat, after seeing the situation in the mine, his heart couldn't help but tighten. His hands were stained with blood, but for the first time, he actually felt fear. He thought of Yunxing's thin and weak body. She was only a magician. With so many boulders, did she still have a chance of surviving? No, she must still be alive. Again and again, he confirmed and denied. Zhou Quan, who was walking behind Yi Baiming, also faintly felt the hesitation of the man in front of him. Every step he took was very careful and heavy. He was worried that if he took another step forward, he would see a corpse that was smashed beyond recognition. Little wild cat, nothing can happen to you. It's in front, this young master is on that wall. Under Zhou Quan's guidance, Yi Baiming finally reached the end of the mine. The area in front of them opened up and the 3 people hurriedly stood up. How is this possible? There was clearly a wall here. Where did the wall go? This young master is also gone. Zhou Quan hurriedly ran forward and looked around. He was certain that this was the place where he and this young master had found the strange wall earlier. But now, there was nothing around. There were no corpses, no bloodstains. Other than the collapsed rocks around them, there was nothing here. Yi Baiming heaved a sigh of relief. But then, his gaze darkened and he picked up a piece of rock on the ground. Zhou Quan, look at that wall. Is it this kind of rock? Yi Baiming held a rock that was as sharp as a knife. Just by feeling it, Yi Baiming could confirm that this rock was very hard, comparable to any metal ore on the continent. It's this kind. Hey, why is it broken? Could it be that this young master found a way to break this wall? But we tried all of them earlier, and no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't break that wall. Zhou Quan touched his head with a look of disbelief. Yi Baiming turned over the rock and narrowed his eyes. The back of the rock was actually emitting a strong magical wave. Chapter 337. Yi Baiming clenched the stone. This is not only a wall, but also a magic array. Magic array. How can there be a magic array in the mine? Where did Xing'er go? After discovering that Yunxing was not dead, Yun Songlong was relieved. But when he heard that Yunxing had triggered a magic array and her whereabouts were unknown, his heart was raised again. If I'm not wrong, this is a space-time magic array. The magic array has existed for a long time. Little Wild Cat triggered the magic array. At this moment, I'm afraid she has already been transported to an unknown magic space. Yi Baiming held the stone tightly. The sharp stone pierced his skin and fresh blood dripped down. Little Wild Cat, where are you now? Yi Baiming's eyes turned cold, and he repeated in his heart again and again. Somewhere. Pain, her whole body hurts. After an unknown amount of time, Yunxing woke up under the double encirclement of pain and hunger. The moment she woke up, Yunxing felt pain all over her body, as if she had been crushed. She discovered that there was a layer of small blisters on her hands, feet, and body. The cause of these small blisters was the environment she was in at this moment. Yunxing quickly realized that she was no longer in the mine. She recalled the moment before she fell into a coma. The wall shattered, and then the entire mine collapsed. Just at the moment of the collapse, she seemed to have seen something behind the wall. What was it? A thought flashed through her mind. Magic array. She saw a magic array. It was very similar to the magic array she saw in the transportation area of the mine earlier. It was also a magic array that exuded a spacetime magic aura. It was also this magic array that allowed her to luckily escape the collapse of the cave and the misfortune of being crushed to death by the boulder. But it was also this magic array that brought her to this unfamiliar area. Yunxing composed herself and first looked at her body. Fortunately, other than the blisters on her body, there were no major injuries. However, due to the blisters, her original appearance was almost disfigured. She looked like a toad now. Yunxing didn't care much about it. If she could leave this place, she had plenty of ways to restore her appearance. However, if she couldn't leave this damned place where not even a ghost could be seen, it didn't matter if she restored her appearance or not. After confirming that she wasn't seriously injured, Yunxing looked at her clothes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Due to the high temperature, she realized that most of the clothes on her body had been burned away. Only a few pitiful pieces of cloth were left, covering her vital parts. Yunxing's attire at this moment was comparable to that of a primitive man. The only fortunate thing was that the Shin-known medical bracelet, the beast language ring, and the magic scepter were still intact. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Yunxing was embarrassed. She wanted to take out new clothes from her storage ring to change into, but when she looked, she found that everything in her storage ring had been burned to ashes. Even the first few limitless purple gold cards were not spared. All the food and herbs were burned. What the hell is this place? The heat here was actually able to pass through the beast language ring and melt the supplies in it. This was the first time Yunxing encountered such a situation. After discovering the situation with the beast language ring, Yunxing was even more suspicious. Licking her dry lips, Yunxing thought to herself that the most important thing now was to find food and water. Yunxing secretly tested it and realized that in such an environment, other than the fire element, her other major magic elements were so weak that they were almost non-existent. However, there was still some dark element left. Yunxing felt a burning sensation under her feet. She activated the Jade Marrow technique. The Jade Marrow technique was originally a Taoist breathing technique. It had a calming effect to a certain extent. After adjusting her breathing, Yunxing felt that the ground under her feet wasn't as hot as before. She then walked forward slowly. Gudong gudong gudong. The sound of boiling bubbles bursting could be heard. Liquid like lava flowed in the ditches on both sides. Streaks of unknown flames rushed out. Yunxing had only walked for a while when she realized that the environment she was in was very harsh. After walking for such a long time, she didn't even find any plants or weeds, let alone animals. The environment here was even harsher than the desert. Yunxing felt as if she had arrived at the mouth of an underground volcano. Other than lava and all kinds of dark flames, she didn't find anything else. If she continued walking like this, even if she didn't starve to death, she would die of thirst. She didn't know how long it had been since the cave collapsed. Yunxing could imagine that at this moment, second uncle and Zhou Quan must be very worried about her. If she didn't go back quickly, everyone would go crazy. It was all her fault for being too confident in her own abilities and being blindly impulsive. This resulted in such an outcome. Yunxing couldn't help but blame herself. The water in her body was slowly sucked dry by the scorching environment. Yunxing still didn't find anything. There was no water, no food, no life. In this mysterious magical space, there was always bubbling lava and spewing flames. The roads here were winding and twisting. There were so many forks that one couldn't recognize them. After a long time, Yunxing slowly started to hallucinate. Relying on her remaining willpower, Yunxing walked forward step by step, hoping that she could find the exit at the next step. But countless times she was disappointed. Am I going to die here? Yunxing smiled bitterly. She was not willing to accept this. The Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps had just been formed and the problem of the medical hall's herbs had not been solved. Father. Second uncle. Hunting Corps. Night Fox. When Yi Baiming's name appeared in Yunxing's mind, she suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the Dharma soul in her body. Little wild cat. A voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Was it a hallucination? At this time, how could she hear Night Fox's voice? At this time, he should be in the Jade Capital, being a free and unfettered prince. Yunxing shook her head. It must be the lack of water and her overly tense nerves that gave her the illusion that she was in a desert. She was hallucinating. Little wild cat. Do you hear me? In Yunxing's mind, this voice clearly appeared again. Night Fox. It's really you. Just like seeing an oasis in the desert, Yunxing's originally drowsy mind immediately woke up after confirming that she heard that voice. But why would Yi Baiming's voice appear in her mind? Yunxing looked around and didn't see Yi Baiming's figure. This was the first time she wished to see Yi Baiming so much. In this monotonous and despairing environment, she desperately needed someone to accompany her. Even if it was just a voice, it would be fine. You stupid girl. You. Yi Baiming's voice was filled with excitement and anger, but more than that, it was joy. Chapter 338. In fact, after he successfully resonated with Yunxing's consciousness, Yi Baiming was overjoyed. He felt as if he had found a treasure and his heart ached. Why are you resonating with my thoughts? Yunxing was still a little confused. Because of our Dharma souls. We once cultivated magic together and our Dharma souls come from the same body. As long as our consciousness resonates, we can sense each other's existence. Yi Baiming's tone was still reproachful. Then can you see where I am right now? So it was because of the Dharma soul again. Yunxing couldn't help but feel like she was being peeped at. I can roughly see it. Yi Baiming coughed softly. He could see where Yunxing was in her current sorry state. Yunxing lowered her head and looked at her almost exposed body. Her face flushed red. On the other side of the mine, Yun Songlong, who was with Yi Baiming, also saw Lord Baiming suddenly cough violently. His handsome face was suspiciously red. Your Highness, you said just now that you have a way to find Xing Er's whereabouts. Is that true? Yun Songlong had almost dug 3 feet into the ground to find Yunxing these days. However, Yunxing had completely disappeared. This made Yun Songlong almost go crazy. Yi Baiming was also very alarmed. However, this morning, he informed him that it was very likely that he could find Yunxing. Little wild kitten is safe for the time being. Yi Baiming's heart also eased a lot. That's good. How is her situation now? Yun Songlong treated Yunxing as if she was his own daughter. Although his niece was still young, she had already become the backbone of Yun Songlong and the Heavenly Expedition Hunting Corps in the past 6 months. Yi Baiming coughed and thought of Little Wild Cat's current situation. Just now, her face was full of anger and she looked like a bun. He could not help but smile warmly. He rarely saw Yunxing so flustered and exasperated. In his impression, Little Wild Kitten was always overly calm. Now, it seemed that she was very cute when he saw her sullen expression occasionally. She's fine. It's just that her situation is a little bad. Yi Baiming didn't say anything else. He focused and connected with Yunxing's thoughts again. Although their Dharma souls were inextricably linked, Yi Baiming wasn't sure that their thoughts could be 100% in sync. He tried dozens of times before he finally connected with Yunxing. In this world, only Yunxing and Yi Baiming could do this kind of special connection between their Dharma souls. However, this kind of connection couldn't be maintained all the time. Usually, they could only communicate for about 15 minutes each time, and only once or twice a day. You're not allowed to see what you shouldn't see. Tell second uncle not to be anxious. I will definitely find the way back. I will continue to move forward. I will contact you when I need to, Yunxing warned Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming touched his nose helplessly. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Are you sure where you are now? Yi Baiming stopped joking. He could also see that although Yunxing wasn't injured, her situation was very bad. Yunxing had already told Yi Baiming about the items in her storage ring being burned. Even the items in her storage ring could be burned. One could imagine how bad the environment was. With Yunxing's knowledge of modern geography, she even suspected that she was now thousands of meters underground in the boundless land. It seems to be underground, or at the mouth of a volcano. I seem to have sensed a different wave of magical elements. Let's not talk about it for now. Remember to take care of my second uncle and the people from the Heaven Hunting Corps for me. Pay attention to Xian Wuji's movements in the Grand Supreme City. Yunxing didn't know how long she had walked, but she felt that the surrounding environment seemed to have cooled down. She hurriedly bade farewell to Yi Baiming and walked forward quickly. Why is there a lotus pond in this place? Yunxing had been searching for a long time, and her stomach was already rumbling with hunger. She didn't expect that there would be an unusually beautiful lotus pond in this scorching magical space that she suspected to be devoid of living things. In the lotus pond, there was boiling hot lava. Yunxing kicked a rock down. The hard rock fell, but before it could fall into the pond, it was burned to ashes by the scorching heat. The lava in this lotus pond seemed to be even hotter than the lava and flames that she had encountered along the way. The scorching environment did not affect the growth of the lotus flowers in the lotus pond at all. It was just that what grew in the lotus pond were not ordinary green lotus leaves. The color of the lotus leaves and stems was also fiery red like the lava here. There were about a dozen lotus flowers in the middle of the lotus pond. Most of the lotus flowers only had a few leaves, and there was only one lotus bud that was half open. The petals of the lotus bud were as bright as rouge and emitted a natural fragrance. However, it was also because of this lotus pond that the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Looking at the plump and tender lotus leaves, Yunxing's stomach, which was so hungry that it twitched violently. I don't know if it's poisonous, but it's better to be poisoned to death than to starve to death. Yunxing swallowed her saliva and looked at the boiling lava. She mobilized the remaining wind magical elements in her body and aimed at the nearest lotus leaf. With a slash of the wind blade, the lotus leaf immediately broke out of the water and fell to the bottom of the water, bringing out a white and tender lotus root. After pulling out the lotus root, Yunxing took a few steps back and started chewing on the lotus root without caring about whether it was dirty or not. When the lotus root entered her mouth, a sweet and refreshing juice that she had never experienced before flowed out instantly. Yunxing's dry and bitter mouth was immediately filled with sweetness. Yunxing felt the lotus root juice moisturizing every pore and hair on her body, and she couldn't help but click her tongue. In a few bites, Yunxing finished the tender lotus root that was as thick as an arm. Once the tender lotus root entered her stomach, not only was she full, even the scorching heat disappeared. This tender lotus root could obviously resist the scorching heat here. Not only that, when Yunxing secretly mobilized the magical elements in her body again, she realized that the magical elements that were almost depleted in her body were actually replenished in an instant. Even the magical elements that were suppressed earlier were vigorous. The most terrifying thing was that she actually realized that the Dharma soul in her body had increased by a full circle. It seemed that it was about to break through again. What grade of plant is this exactly? Yunxing only knew that the lotus roots in the pond in front of her were actually rare treasures. Based on her experience as a doctor, even if the grade of the lotus roots here could not be compared to the previous 9-leaf divine grade sage ginseng, it was at least a sacred grade or half-divine grade herb. Moreover, there were more than 10 lotus roots in this pond. If she could bring back the lotus roots in this pond or cultivate them in the boundless land, the value would be even more shocking. Chapter 339. It's a pity that I can't even find a way to leave this godforsaken place. I'm afraid I can only use this pond of lotus roots as food to appease my hunger, Yunxing lamented. Her gaze landed on the only stalk of flower in the pond. She could faintly see the outline of a lotus seed. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Lotus seed. If she could wait until the lotus seed matured and harvest the lotus seed inside, wouldn't that be enough? Yunxing quickly made a decision. Hence, she did not walk forward blindly. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the spot and slowly digested the miraculous effects of the lotus roots in her body. At the same time, she waited for the lotus seed to mature. Time passed by slowly. There was no distinction between day and night in this mysterious space. According to the agreement between Yunxing and Yi Baiming, the two of them contacted each other once a day. Yunxing could roughly deduce that she had already spent 5 days in the magical space. The lotus in the pond had also gradually bloomed from its initial bud. The lotus seed inside had also grown quite a bit. Yunxing pondered. In another 1 or 2 days, the lotus seed would mature. In these few days, she ate another stalk of lotus root. However, compared to the first time, she realized that the lotus root's effects were almost non-existent. It seemed that this miraculous herb could only be consumed once. However, on the day before the lotus seed matured, Yunxing had just finished her meditation when she heard a series of footsteps in the quiet mountain path. There's someone. Yunxing did not expect that there would be someone in such a desolate place. The footsteps got closer and closer. From the sound of the footsteps, Yunxing could determine that there were about 2 people. As she walked closer, she heard a crafty female voice. Brother Bupo, if you dare to leave me behind again, I will definitely tell Uncle Yuan and Aunt Yuan when I return to Grand Emperor City. Aren't you annoying? You're like a fly circling around me all day long. Why don't you follow Xian Wuji to Jade Capital? An impatient male voice sounded. Yunxing recognized the voices of the 2 people. They were Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi from Grand Emperor City. How did he meet them? Yunxing couldn't help but frown. Did Xian Mimi just say that Xian Wuji was going to the Jade Capital? Although Yun Sanglong was still at the border because of her, Yunxing did not know why, but she felt a sense of unease. She was alone now. If the 2 of them joined forces, she would definitely not be a match for them. Fortunately, the blisters on her face had not healed yet. Coupled with her disheveled appearance, even if the 2 of them met her, they would not be able to recognize her. Yunxing simply stood up and walked out. After taking a few steps, he saw a man and a woman. It was Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi. Both of them didn't expect to meet a living person in such a place, so they were both shocked when they saw Yunxing. Why was there someone here? Who are you? Xian Mimi noticed that Yunxing was carrying a magic scepter. She immediately became alert. This place was very secluded. Even for them, it took a Herculean effort to reach this place. Mimi, don't be rash. Yuan Bupo was much calmer than Xian Mimi. He held Xian Mimi down. The 2 of them carefully sized up Yunxing. Xian Mimi saw Yunxing's naked body and then looked at her ugly face. Joy flashed across her face. If the girl in front of her was beautiful, she might have killed her immediately. However, she was an ugly girl. This made Xian Mimi very satisfied. Although Yuan Bupo stopped Xian Mimi, he was still very wary of Yunxing. This time, he came to the mysterious geocentric ancient smelt cave. It was a secret. As soon as he saw it, his face flashed with embarrassment and he turned his head away awkwardly. It turned out that Yunxing's clothes were burnt into charcoal in the scorching environment. Apart from her face, the blisters on Yunxing's skin had disappeared because she used the tender lotus root. Her skin looked crystal clear. Her figure was also very slim. Although her appearance was a little scary, her healthy figure gave Yuan Bupo a strange feeling. He felt a heat in his abdomen and did not know where to look. Shameless. Xian Mimi was glad that Yunxing was ugly. At the same time, she also noticed that this female sorcerer's skin was unbelievably good. Moreover, when she got closer, she could smell a clear fragrance from her body. This fragrance was a special fragrance that was produced when Yunxing ate the tender lotus root these few days. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi obviously came prepared. Their clothes seemed to be made of a special beast skin. In such an environment, they were still intact. "Miss, you should wear my clothes first." Although Yuan Bupo did not know who she was, he still took off his clothes and passed them to Yunxing. "Bupo, why are you giving her the icicle toad clothes? You spent a lot of effort to kill those icicle toads and made them from their skin." Xian Mimi raised her eyebrows and glared at Yunxing when she saw it. Yuan Bupo was usually cold to people. Why would he be so nice to an ugly girl whom he met for the first time? This made Xian Mimi even more furious. Yuan Bupo had been preparing for a few years to enter the geocentric ancient smelt cave. In order to resist the heat wave underground, he went to the dangerous Ice Peak Island and killed a few level 7 icicle toads. Icicle toads were powerful magic beasts that were proficient in water magic. Although they were small, the icicles that they shot out could freeze a person instantly. At that time, Yuan Bupo was on the brink of death to obtain enough icicle toads to make this set of clothes. Who knew that he would give it to someone else? "It's just a set of clothes. Aren't you annoying? You're even more nosy than my mother. If you make any more noise, I'll throw you out," Yuan Bupo said angrily. He was really unlucky. When he left the Grand Emperor's city this time, he did everything he could to get rid of Xian Mimi. Who knew that she would still pester him? If she did not make a fuss along the way, complaining about being tired and thirsty, he would not have wasted so much time rushing here. Yunxing did not refuse. It was awkward for her to walk around in front of people like this. The clothes made of icicle toad skin were very soft. Yuan Bupo was about the same size as Yi Baiming. A set of clothes was enough for Yunxing to wear as a dress. The loose clothes hung on Yunxing's body. It made her skin look like jade and her legs look slender. She had an indescribable charm. Yuan Bupo felt hot in his throat as he looked at her. "Vixen." Xian Mimi stared at Yunxing and scolded her angrily. It could be seen that although the eldest daughter of the Grand Emperor's city was unruly, she did not have any temper with Yuan Bupo. She was really afraid that Yuan Bupo would throw her out in anger. It was not easy for her to find out from her father that Yuan Bupo was leaving the Grand Emperor's city for the geocentric ancient smelt cave. Her jade bone mermaid robe, which was immune to fire magic elements, was something that her mother had put in a lot of good words for. "Miss, who are you? Why are you in the geocentric ancient smelt cave?" Yuan Bupo looked at the magic scepter on Yunxing's waist. Chapter 340. Yunxing's magic scepter had 2 magic soul stones embedded in it. She was only an archmage. How could she break through the restriction outside the geocentric smelting cave and enter the cave with her abilities? Moreover, she looked like she had been in the cave for a few days. The geocentric smelting cave was the name of this place. Yunxing thought to herself. She did not expect her guess to be true. Yunxing had a better impression of Yuan Bupo since he was generous enough to give away his clothes. I didn't want to be here either. A few days ago, I accidentally entered a cave and activated a magic formation inside. I was already in the cave when I woke up. I've been trapped inside for a few days and I've been looking for an exit. I only came here today because I heard people's voices. Yunsheng was telling the truth. Yuan Bupo was no longer suspicious when he saw how calm she was. Yuan Bupo thought to himself, she doesn't look like she's lying. It's just that she's been in the cave for a few days. That's what I'm looking for, Yuan Bupo quickly asked. Miss, did you encounter anything in the cave? Or did you find a red lotus flower? There's nothing in the depths of the cave, but I've seen the lotus flower you mentioned. It's not far ahead. Yunxing knew that she couldn't hide it. Fortunately, she had already plucked all the lotus flowers in the pond a few days ago, leaving only the lotus flower with a bud. That's great. The ancient records are real. There's really a karmic fire lotus in the geocentric smelting cave. Yuan Bupo could not wait and immediately went to look for it. Sure enough, after a few steps, he found a karmic fire lotus standing gracefully in the lotus pond. However, in the time it took for Yunxing to leave, the karmic fire lotus that had yet to bloom had already bloomed. The karmic fire lotus that looked like a flame was waiting to bloom in the scorching lava. The lotus seed pod inside was bright red. The lotus seed pod was like a ruby that was crystal clear. Brother Bupo, are you saying that we can find the karmic fire beast with this thing? Xian Mimi looked at the lotus flower carefully. Other than the fact that its color was slightly different from ordinary lotus flowers, there was nothing special about it. In Grand Emperor City, there were many exotic flowers and herbs. There were dozens of types of lotus flowers. Among them, there was no lack of treasures like colorful lotuses. Compared to colorful lotuses, this karmic fire lotus was very ordinary. What do you know? Your hair is long but your knowledge is short. The entire body of the karmic fire lotus was a treasure. Its tendons, stalks, and leaves were all saint-ranked herbs. Its roots, the karmic fire lotus, was an excellent medicine for purifying magic souls. However, the most precious part of it is its lotus seed. Yuan Bupo understood the karmic fire lotus very well. Yuan Bupo seemed to be worried about something as he did not continue speaking. Yunsheng was watching coldly from the side. She already knew that Yuan Bupo was definitely waiting for the karmic fire lotus to mature. He wondered what kind of things would be attracted to the karmic fire lotus once it matured. He stared at the ruby-like lotus seed pod without blinking. The lotus head of the karmic fire lotus could bear the karmic fire lotus seed. This kind of lotus seed was also the favorite food of the karmic fire beasts that were rare in the mainland. Yuan Bupo did not know what kind of beast the karmic fire beasts were exactly. However, he heard that the karmic fire beasts were born as commander-level sacred beasts. When it matured, there was even a chance for it to break through and become a divine beast. Yuan Bupo was a summoner. However, as he was different from the summoners in Grand Emperor City, he could only form a contract with a beast once in his life. Therefore, before he matured, he had never formed a contract with a beast. The way he formed a contract with a beast was very special. It was not the usual magic space contract in the mainland. Instead, it was a contract with pleasure. Yuan Bupo was talented and proud. Naturally, he was unwilling to form a contract with an ordinary beast. Therefore, he spent a lot of effort to find out about the karmic fire beasts that were made from the king of beast kings. Brother Bupo, this woman's background is unknown. When they saw the karmic fire lotus, Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi had different reactions. Yunxing's understanding of Grand Emperor City was very limited. She did not know that her unintentional intrusion into the Earth's core smelted cave had directly led to a shocking change in Grand Emperor City. All of this was related to the origin of Grand Emperor City. The people of Grand Emperor City were mostly talented. Compared to the rest of the people in the boundless mainland, among the 30,000 people in the city, close to 80% of them were warriors, magicians, and summoners. The Xian and Yuan clans were the largest clans in the city. Their descendants' talents were even more shocking. However, there were not many summoners among them. They only took up about 10% of the population. According to the rules of Grand Emperor City, the successive castellans of Grand Emperor City were the most outstanding summoners from the Xian and Yuan clans. This was because the first castellan of Grand Emperor City made use of Di Hong Song and his beast to create the legend of Grand Emperor City. Therefore, in the Grand Emperor City, there had always been a saying that only the strongest summoner and the strongest magical beast could truly play the Grand Emperor's 9 movements without either of them. However, since 500 years ago, there hadn't been a single talented summoner in the Yuan clan. On the other hand, the Xian clan had at least one outstanding summoner in their generation, all the way until Xian Wuji's father's generation. Yuan Bukpa believed that his talent was much stronger than Xian Wuji and Xian Mimi. He had long made up his mind to become the #1 summoner in the Yuan clan in the past 500 years. Yuan Bukpa did this out of selfishness. Firstly, he was not willing to accept a good-for-nothing like Xian Wuji as the castellan. Secondly, he knew that only when he succeeded as the castellan would he have the chance to let his eldest sister, Yuan Shahua, who had been banished from Grand Emperor City, return to Grand Emperor City one day. Back when Yuan Shahua was banished from the city, Yuan Bukpa's mother missed her daughter day and night. This made Yuan Bukpa determined that one day, he would abolish the old rules of Grand Emperor City. Of course, even Xian Mimi did not know about Yuan Bukpa's plans. He would not tell Xian Mimi about his plans. Xian Mimi watched from the side with a greedy look in her eyes. Was that the karmic fire lotus that could lure out the karmic fire beast king? She recalled her father's advice when she was traveling this time. Mimi, remember this. After you leave Grand Emperor City, you must find a way to find Yuan Bukpa. I heard that he might be in the geocentric smelting cave. Your brother is a disappointment. The future castellan position of the Xian clan depends on you. Xian Mimi was born in a place like the castellan's mansion. Naturally, she was not that naive. Although she and Xian Wuji were siblings of the same father and mother, Xian Wuji's reputation in the city had plummeted ever since his fiancée, Yuan Shahua, had broken off their engagement a few years ago. As a result, the city lord's mansion's reputation in the city had plummeted. In addition to the rise of the Yuan clan's prodigy, Yuan Bukpa, there were rumors in Grand Emperor City that the Yuan clan would replace the Xian clan as the next castellan. This time, if Yuan Bukpa really used the Di Hong Song to contract the Hellfire Beast, it was certain that Yuan Bukpa would become the future castellan. In the past, Xian Mimi still hoped that Yuan Bukpa would marry her after he became the castellan. She did not expect him to confess his love to a lowly Yun clan youth. This made the narrow-minded Xian Mimi very upset. If I used the Di Hong Song to contract the Hellfire Beast, Yuan Bukpa would listen to me obediently. Xian Mimi thought to herself. Chapter 341. At that moment, the three of them had their own thoughts. Yunsheng watched from the side. With her sharp senses from being a healer in her previous life, it was not difficult for her to sense the tension between the two of them. Hey, why are you following us? Are you trying to get your hands on the karmic fire lotus too? Xian Mimi looked hostile. Miss, I'd like to go out too. However, I don't know the way without your company. There's no water and food in the cave. Wouldn't I die if I get lost? Yunxing believed that Yuan Bupo would not let her go easily before the karmic fire lotus was ripe. Although she could not figure out what the man and woman from Grand Emperor City wanted to do with the karmic fire lotus, since she was the one who discovered the treasure, she would not sit back and watch the treasure be taken away by someone else. Yuan Bupo thought to himself that the way in was indeed full of twists and turns. If he did not have the map beforehand, he would have gotten lost too. Moreover, he did not want to be alone with Xian Mimi. It would be more comfortable if there was another person. The three of them sat down with their legs crossed with their minds. Yunsheng had gotten used to the temperature in the cave. Coupled with the icicle toad coat, she soon entered a meditative state. On the other hand, Xian Mimi looked nervous as she kept looking at the karmic fire lotus pond. After midnight, he heard a strange fragrance coming from the direction of the lotus pond. Inside the ruby-like seed pod, there were 8 lotus seeds sparkling like diamonds. It's ripe. Yuan Bupo's movement technique was the fastest. He flicked a gust of wind from the tip of his finger and a magic element that looked like a wind blade instantly swept up the mature lotus. With a tap of his feet, he soared up high like a great rock, gliding several meters forward. His legs brushed against the churning lava, not fearing the terrifying temperature at all. Clearly, he had come prepared and was wearing a special protective suit. Yunsheng was not in a hurry to attack. She frowned and watched the show from the side. Xian Mimi was also watching from the side. Her eyes shone with the longing of a young girl. Yuan Bupo did not know what to do next after the lotus was attacked. That's strange. Didn't they say that the karmic fire lotus's fragrance would attract the karmic fire beasts when it matures? Why is there no movement at all? Yuan Bupo was suspicious as he looked around. Xian Mimi was also unusually calm. She didn't immediately make a move. She knew that she was no match for Yuan Bupo. In terms of skills, even her brother, Xian Wuji, might not be a match for Yuan Bupo. It turned out that when the last karmic fire lotus was uprooted, the lava in the lotus pond, which was originally more than 10 meters in size, actually slowly shrank and sank. Like boiling water, the lava slowly disappeared, revealing a huge magic array at the bottom of the pool. It was an ancient magic array. Yunsheng, Yuan Bupo, and the others could not understand the seal script on the magic. There were no ripples of magic on the magic array. It was obvious that this was a magic array that had been deactivated for a long time. The three of them were all magicians, and at the same time, they were also very intelligent. They all noticed that there was a small circular hole in each of the 4 directions of the magic array: east, west, north, south, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The size of the hole was exactly the same as the size of a karmic fire lotus seed. It was clear that the magic array would be activated as long as 8 karmic fire lotus seeds were placed into the 8 holes. The three of them were at a loss when they saw the sudden scene. Yunsheng was sent there by accident. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were guided by an ancient book to look for karmic fire beasts. They did not expect there to be another world at the bottom of the karmic fire lotus pond. What happened today was considered a coincidence. There were 2 conditions that had to be fulfilled in order for the magic array that was buried under the lava to see the light of day again. Firstly, the karmic fire lotus had been uprooted. Yunsheng had taken all of the karmic fire lotuses earlier. Secondly, the karmic fire lotus seeds had to be ripe and placed into the 8 holes. Oh no! Just when the 3 of them were in a daze, wondering if they should activate the magic array with the 8 karmic fire lotus seeds, a loud noise came from the other side of the cave. Yuan Bupo's expression changed. He immediately ran to the other side of the cave. The teleportation magic array that he had used to enter the cave earlier had disappeared. The surrounding atmosphere became strange. The 3 of them were left with only one way out. The entrance has been sealed. We're trapped here. It seems like we can only try this magic array if we want to get out, Yuan Bupo said. Yunsheng and Xian Mimi did not object. The three of them leaped down and stood on the magic array. Yunsheng was sure that the magic array was the biggest magic array that she had ever seen. It looked like a gigantic millstone. Yuan Bupo dug out the 8 karmic fire lotus seeds and placed them into the magic array. After a series of noises that sounded like a key opening a door that had not been repaired for a long time, a bright light shone from the magic array. The bottom of the pool sank. The three of them felt like they had stepped on air. They felt something pressing against their eyes and their bodies were sinking rapidly. After a long while, they finally felt that they had stabilized. While the three of them were still feeling dizzy, a series of gurgling sounds were heard, and a black shadow jumped out. The black shadow was so fast that the three of them did not notice it earlier. They realized that they were standing in a gigantic magic array. Brother Bupo, look! Is that the karmic fire beast? Xian Mimi exclaimed. She covered her mouth and pointed at the demonic beast in front of them. It was a demonic beast that was the size of a giant elephant. Its body was covered in the most terrifying magic elemental suppression. The feeling was even more terrifying than the demonic beast suppression that Yunxing felt from the centipede ant general earlier. The demonic beast's body was huge. It looked like the lion that Yunxing had seen before. However, it was 100 times more ferocious than the lion. Its fur was covered in dancing flames. There was a ring of auspicious fire cloud around its neck. It looked up and its eyes bulged. The fangs in its mouth were spitting flames. Its tail was in the shape of a hollow flame. It curled up behind its back and there were 5 sharp claws on each of its back limbs. At that moment, the demonic beast was squatting on the magic array. Although they had no idea what it was, they were sure that it was not the karmic fire beast. How could a level 9 karmic fire beast have such a powerful suppression? The few demonic beasts in the exquisite beast tower were in a frenzy. I'm the ancient divine beast, fire-devouring Swanee. You ignorant ants dare to trespass into the sacred place of the fire elves. Leave now. The demonic beast opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Demonic beasts were different from humans. Demonic beasts at the level of holy beasts started to have the ability to think like humans. When they reached the peak of holy beasts, they would have the ability to transform into human form. Only then would they have the ability to speak human language and transform into human form. As soon as this magical beast spoke, the faces of the 3 people present turned green. Thank you matey and UD for your tips. Thank you everyone for your votes. At that moment, the same thought flashed across their minds. Divine Beast. Chapter 342. It was a divine beast. What a bullsh** T legend. Yuan Bupo almost vomited blood. What level 9 karma fire beast? It was a divine beast that could crush them into dust instantly. To the people of the boundless land, a divine beast was equivalent to the archmage god, the martial god among the martial artists, and the Emperor Zhao among the summoners. Even the city governor of the Grand Emperor's city only had a holy beast at the peak of the holy beast. The powerful demonic beast's aura engulfed the 3 of them. Compared to the Tao Wu's aura, the aura that Yunxing encountered earlier on was nothing. The Tao Wu seemed to be about the same age as the Earth's core smelted cave. It must be tens of thousands of years old. Under its aura, Yunxing felt as though she was petrified and could not move. At the crucial moment, Yunxing quickly calmed down. She recalled the detailed information about the Tao Wu-type demonic beast in her mind. It was rumored that there was a lion-shaped Tao Wu among the demonic beasts. It liked to grow with lotuses and lotuses grew with every step it took. It turned out that the pond of karma fire lotuses came about because of that. Yuan Bupo also felt that his body was stiff and could not move. He gulped and said, "Lord Tao Wu, we didn't know that you lived here. Please forgive us if we have disturbed you in any way. I'm willing to offer you 8 ripe karma fire lotus seeds. Please let the 3 of us live." Who knew that the Tao Wu would spit out 2 streams of flames from its nostrils that were the size of 2 doorways? Lotus seeds. Ignorant ants, don't mention the lotus seed to me anymore. If it wasn't for those damn karma fire lotus seeds, why would I have a toothache? Toothache. The Tao Wu looked furious. Yunxing looked at its mouth and saw that the left side of its mouth was swollen. No wonder the Tao Wu was indifferent when it knew that its favorite karma fire lotus seeds were about to ripen. It was because of a toothache. Lord Tao Wu. I'm a doctor. If you have a toothache, I can take a look at it. Yunxing mustered her courage. Just as Yuan Bupo, who was standing aside, wanted to stop them, he was pulled back by Xian Mimi. She mouthed something at Yuan Bupo. What she meant was to let the ugly woman treat Bai Fen. That was a divine beast. If it suddenly showed its might, it would burn them all to ashes. It was better to take advantage of the time when the ugly woman was treating Bai Fen and escape through the magic array. Yunxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the thought of seeing the teeth of a mythological beast. But right now, this was all she could do. The Tao Wu seemed to be tormented by the toothache. It thought for a moment like a human and rolled its eyes. It stretched out its front paw and grabbed Yunxing. "And, I'll allow you to take a look for me, but if you have any ill intentions, I'll burn you to death with a single breath of fire." The divine beast Swanee was in a very bad mood. It let out a deafening roar that could tear Yunxing's eardrums apart at any time. It was said that toothache was not an illness, but it could be fatal. The same saying was applied to the divine beast Swanee. Fortunately, although it was angry, it did not make things difficult for Yunxing. It was because the Tao Wu had lived underground for too long. Due to special reasons, it could not leave the place without permission. Therefore, it could not find a way to treat its toothache. Think about it. If a divine beast had a toothache for almost 10,000 years and suddenly heard that a healer had come, it would naturally be lucky. When she heard the deafening roar of the beast, Yunxing's heart unconsciously thumped. "I'm going to die from the pain. Hurry up and treat me." Bai then immediately urged after putting Yunxing down. Then, the Tao Wu opened its mouth. The Tao Wu, who had not brushed its teeth for 10,000 years, almost suffocated Yunxing with its heavy breath. Yunxing could only hold her breath and clench her teeth. Half of her body was in the Tao Wu's huge mouth. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were dumbfounded again. They even forgot to carry out their original plan of escaping. This female sorcerer actually dared to climb into the Tao Wu's mouth. Wasn't this like a lamb entering the tiger's den? But unexpectedly, the Tao Wu opened its mouth obediently. Yunxing looked in the beast's mouth for a while and finally found the reason why the Tao Wu had a toothache. Speaking of which, it was laughable because the Tao Wu had a wisdom tooth in the left lower corner of its mouth. The wisdom tooth was inflamed. If it was in the modern era, a shot of anti-inflammatory medicine would be able to cure it. But now, because of the lack of equipment, Yunxing simply smeared some anesthetic on the scalpel and did a crude local anesthetic to dig out the wisdom tooth. After digging out the wisdom tooth, Yunxing kept the divine beast's wisdom tooth without any reservation. A divine beast's entire body was a treasure. The wisdom tooth of the Tao Wu was at least 5 to 6 kilograms. It would be an excellent tool to refine anything. It doesn't hurt anymore. The Tao Wu suddenly felt refreshed. When Yunxing almost suffocated and climbed out of its mouth, the Tao Wu actually let out a happy hum. Yunxing wiped the sweat on her forehead and spread out her hands. The toothache is cured. Pay the consultation fee. Consultation fee. Oh my god, how greedy was this woman. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were petrified again. That was a divine beast. A divine beast that could turn a city into ashes in an instant. This female sorcerer actually asked a divine beast for a consultation fee. Consultation fee. What is that? After the Tao Wu's wisdom tooth was removed, it instantly felt refreshed. Looking at Yunxing, it also felt that she was more pleasing to the eye. In fact, it also realized that Yunxing's scent was very pleasant. It was very similar to the scent of its favorite karmic fire lotus. The consultation fee is a valuable thing. For example, do you have any divine herbs or sacred tools? The lowest you can give me is 1,000,000 or 800,000 purple gold. Yunxing demanded an exorbitant price. This time, she suffered a great loss in the Earth's core furnace cave. Most of the herbs were melted, and there were also a few purple gold cards. Fortunately, she had given most of the cards to second uncle. Otherwise, she would become the poor Yunxing again. Moreover, the Tao Wu was a divine beast. It must have a lot of wealth. Only the heavens knew how heavy the Tao Wu's breath was. She almost died in its mouth just now. This divine beast looked silly. If she didn't take advantage of it, she would feel sorry for herself. The consultation fee you mentioned, I don't have any of it. I'm not like those greedy dragons. I don't like shiny things. The Tao Wu tilted its head and thought for a long time. It sadly realized that it was a very poor divine beast. It even despised itself a little. If you don't have consultation fee, then you can be my mount and get a discount. I won't scheme against you. 10 years will do. Yunxing started to have ideas about the Tao Wu. Chapter 343. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi's mouths were wide open, and the expression on their faces could no longer be described as simple shock. Only Yunxing could think of using a mythical beast as her medical fee for 10 years in the entire boundless land. That won't do. I'm a mythical beast, and you're just an archmage. I can't lower myself to be your mount. However, if you become an archmage in the future, I can consider it. It was rare for Tao Wu to not get angry. He was a fire elemental magical beast, and compared to the other 3 natural magical beasts, his temper had always been fiery. However, because Yunxing had helped him heal his teeth and relieved him of the pain he had suffered for 10,000 years, he was surprisingly good-tempered towards Yunxing. How about this? I don't like to owe people favors. You said that you wanted something precious. Right now, I only have one precious thing. If you have it, just take it. Tao Wu's eyes bulged as he looked around Yunxing. The other party's appearance was ruined, but her jade-like eyes that could still shine in the dark night revealed a calmness and composure that did not match her age. Just the aura she had when facing him just now was enough to be comparable to some of the legendary peak powerhouses in the boundless land. The vision of a mythical beast was amazing. How could Tao Wu not see that although Yunxing was just an archmage, she had a rare multi-elemental magic soul? The rarest thing was that other than the aura of a fairy, there were at least 2 other mysterious forces on her body. Especially the jade bracelet on her hand, and the strange force that was faintly fluctuating from her body. Tao Wu could not help but think, could it be that he had been guarding here for 10,000 years, waiting for this female mage in front of him? After saying that, Tao Wu moved a few steps away. The magic array that had been under its body was exposed. This magic array was very similar to the one that Yunxing and the rest used to enter Tao Wu's territory, but there were some differences. The entire magic array was emitting dense fire elemental magical elements. This is the power of the origin of fire. It is a sacred fire seed left behind by the former spirit king of fire. It is called spirit fire. For a few tens of thousands of years, I've always been guarding this place while waiting for someone with intent to come here and obtain this wisp of elven karmic flames. Unfortunately, no one has entered the geocentric cave until now. As a proud divine beast, it had been trapped underground for tens of thousands of years for the sake of the hellfire. His loneliness and helplessness could not be described in words. Are you saying that you want me to try and obtain this elven hellfire? Yunxing's eyelids twitched. The elven hellfire is the fire that all fire mages have dreamed of for a long time. It will be purified as the level of your magic increases. When you become a mage deity, you can even use it to kill everything in the world. Tao Wu's words made the few people present feel tempted. Xian Mimi couldn't wait any longer and said, Madam Baian, I'm also a magician. My magic realm is even higher than hers. Perhaps I'm more suitable than her to obtain the elven hellfire. Humph, greedy ant. Since you want to try, go ahead. Tao Wu saw the greed in Xian Mimi's eyes, but it did not stop her. Mimi, don't be rash. Yuan Bupo immediately advised Xian Mimi. Both he and Xian Mimi had a high magic cultivation base. However, even they could not see through the so-called elven magic formation. They had no idea what level the magic formation was. However, a magic formation that could be guarded by the divine beast, Tao Wu, must be extraordinary. Yunsheng had her concerns too. She had the same thought as Yuan Bupo. Ants, you better think carefully. I'll only give you one chance to choose. Baidan looked like he was watching a good show. In reality, the geocentric cave's existence was not as secretive as the legends made it out to be. Tao Wu had stayed underground for so many years, and there would be some ant-like humans who would come here. Those who were timid would be devoured by Tao Wu. Those who were brave enough would try to obtain the elven hellfire's tinder. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Those who failed, Tao Wu snickered coldly. I'll try. Yunxing thought for a moment and quickly made her decision. Xian Mimi immediately took a step forward. I'll try too. I'll try before you. There was only one chance to obtain the precious elven hellfire. If Yunxing took it first, it would be too late. Xian Mimi walked into the magic formation as soon as she finished speaking. However, there was no reaction from the magic formation after she walked in. How can this be? Where's the elven hellfire? Xian Mimi looked around. Humph, stupid ant. You're cunning. The hellfire won't accept you. Get lost, Tao Wu roared. The fire elven hellfire was the purest tinder in nature. Only those with pure minds could pass the hellfire's test. Xian Mimi did not even have the basic qualification. Naturally, the magic formation would not be activated. What hellfire? How can I not trigger the hellfire? Xian Mimi did not give up. She stomped hard on the magic formation under her feet. She wanted to crush the magic formation. Unexpectedly, the elven hellfire magic formation, which was originally still, spewed out a flame that was as tall as a person. The flame was ferocious. The fire was strong enough to melt any kind of hard ore on the continent. Xian Mimi was not prepared for it. Her face was hit by the flame. She let out a cry. Her entire head and face were on fire. If it was not for the defensive equipment on her, she would have turned into a fireball. Mimi, get down immediately. Yuan Bupo was also shocked. Xian Mimi was a member of the Xian clan in Grand Emperor City. He could not sit and watch her being burned alive. Xian Mimi rolled and crawled. Tao Wu leaped into the magic formation and kicked Xian Mimi out. Xian Mimi rolled a few times on the ground. Her body was covered in blood and mud. Although she was treated with magic medicine, her appearance was terrifying. Her originally pretty face was like a smashed persimmon. It was a mess of flesh and blood. Yunsheng could clearly see the bones on her face. Idiot, how dare you challenge the hellfire? Tao Wu looked at her with disdain. This time, Xian Mimi really became an ugly girl through and through. Brother Bupo, my face, my face. I want father to destroy this place. Xian Mimi felt a sharp pain on her face. Mimi, don't cry. I will bring you to Grand Emperor City later. The city lord will definitely have a way to heal your face. Yuan Bupo did not expect the elven hellfire magic formation to have a temper like a human. The people of Grand Emperor City can't heal her face. That's the elven hellfire. It won't be easy to heal the damage caused by the hellfire. Yunsheng did not have much sympathy for Xian Mimi's injury. The people of Grand Emperor City had killed so many Yun army brothers and crippled Yun Sanglang's hands. They had been dispirited for so many years. However, as a doctor, she could give them a reminder. Chapter 344. You ugly woman, you're gloating. I knew that you wouldn't dare to enter the Fire of Elves formation. Otherwise, your ugly face would definitely be burned by the Fire of Elves until it's 1,000 times uglier than mine. Upon hearing that her face might not be cured, Xian Mimi's first reaction was not to blame herself for her foolish actions, but to regret not letting Yunsheng enter first. Mimi, don't say any more. Apply some ointment first. I'd like to try entering the Fire of the Elves formation too. Yuan Bupo was not frightened by Xian Mimi's condition. Any mage would give their all to try the Fire of the Elves formation if they encountered a top-notch fire magic element. Although Yuan Bupo could not find a suitable warsong beast this time, it would be a worthwhile trip if he could obtain the Fire of the Elves formation. Miss, can you let me try first? Yuan Bupo was much more generous than Xian Mimi. Yunsheng was not in a hurry to return the favor. She nodded and agreed. Yuan Bupo walked into the Fire of the Elves formation. As soon as he stepped in, circles of Fire of the Elves emerged from the magic formation. It was different from when Xian Mimi entered. A large amount of Fire of the Elves formation soon formed a fire circle and surrounded Yuan Bupo. The divine beast Tao Wu watched from the side and thought to itself, this fella is much more powerful than the ant-like human just now. It's just that he's still lacking. Yuan Bupo felt his skin burning as soon as he came into contact with the Fire of the Elves. He was the most outstanding genius in Di Hong Yuan's generation. Although he was a mage, his parents and other elders in the clan were strict with him since he was young. They requested him to strengthen his physique while practicing magic and the elves' formation. That was the difference between Di Hong City and other places in the mainland. They thought that a good physique would bring a mage a better physique. It would also give them an advantage when practicing magic. Therefore, Yuan Bupo's physique was on par with an ordinary warrior. Even so, the Fire of the Elves was extremely painful. The fire was tricky. It seeped into his skin bit by bit as if it was going to burn all the blood in his body dry. Yuan Bupo immediately felt his mouth dry up. He felt like he was going to explode. He didn't panic and sat down cross-legged in the middle of the fire circle. He pulled out the purple flute from his waist. He aimed his lips at the flute hole, and a melodious flute note flowed out from his lips. The melodious sound of the flute drifted into the ears of the crowd and unlike the sound of nature. The Di Hong song was indeed a marvelous song. Under its influence, the heat of the karmic fire was greatly reduced. Yunsheng glanced over and saw that the flames in the hellfire magic array seemed to have shrunk a bit. Good lad, you actually know how to use the flute to expel the karmic fire. Bai then watched from the side and could not help but shake his huge head. However, just when Yuan Bupo thought that he was about to subdue the karmic fire magic formation, the karmic fire in the magic formation grew a little taller all of a sudden. Boom! A flame that was on par with Yunxing's fiery explosion flew towards Yuan Bupo. The purple flute in Yuan Bupo's hand paused, and he left the magic formation by instinct. Yuan Bupo stumbled as he retreated. There was still fear on his face. It's a pity that you've only passed the first test. Although you have a pure heart, you can't resist the fear of the karmic fire. Bai Fen sighed. The karmic fire of the elves was spiritual. It needed a master who could accept it completely. Due to what happened to Xian Mimi earlier, Yuan Bupo was subconsciously afraid of the karmic fire. That was why he failed at the last step. Yuan Bupo was ashamed. But don't be too disappointed, lad. I can see that you're quite talented. If you can continue your Dihong song, I believe that you won't be inferior to your ancestors in the future. Bai Fen had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had met the couple who founded the Dihong city. You and I are fated. After you leave the Earth's core karst cave, head to the ice fire trench. You'll find a warsong battle beast that belongs to you there. Bai Fan's words made Yuan Bupo, who was initially depressed, feel better. A battle beast that Bai Fan personally taught must be extraordinary. It was worth it this time. You're the only one left. You've seen what happened to the other two. Do you want to try again? Bai Fan looked at Yunxing. In fact, Bai Fan was looking forward to Yunxing the most. This female sorceress seemed to have the lowest cultivation level among the three of them. She did not seem to care about the other two's setback at all. Yunxing nodded. She took a deep breath and held her magic staff tightly. Then, she slowly walked into the karmic fire formation. Yunxing walked into the magic formation. Unexpectedly, the magic formation did not react at all. See that? You're the same as me. The karmic fire of the elves doesn't care about you at all. Xian Mimi, who had medicine on her face, mocked. Her smile froze on her face. At that moment, the magic formation seemed to have been poured with gasoline. The entire magic formation was ignited like a brazier. The fire was at least 10 times more intense than when Yuan Bupo had entered the formation earlier. She's dead. She's dead. Xian Mimi cursed viciously. However, Yunxing's expression remained unchanged. She did not even lift her magic staff. The fire spread rapidly on her body like wild grass in a prairie. The fire engulfed Yunxing's flesh and blood. Her skin cracked piece by piece while the veins in her body exploded. The pain was enough to break a person down. Even so, Yunxing still wore a smile on her face and allowed the fire to engulf her. Bai Fan's beast eyes shone with a strange light. Yuan Bupo opened his eyes wide. His handsome face was filled with shock. What a smart little girl. She learned from your lesson and didn't resist the karmic fire at all. She planned to accept the karmic fire's baptism wholeheartedly. However, it's not enough to resist the first karmic fire's trial. Bai Fan wagged his tail and said with interest. As soon as Bai Fan finished his sentence, the karmic fire gathered in the magic formation. A sacred fire fairy with fiery red hair and an enchanting figure appeared inside the magic array. The sacred fire fairy's entire body was covered in blazing flames as she looked at Yunxing, whose body was in tatters. Ignorant ants. How dare you disturb my sleep? You'll have to pay with your life for this. The sacred fire elf's body was like a tower. She opened her arms and a few fire dragons flew out from her hands and pounced on Yunxing. It looked like it was about to swallow Yunxing in one gulp. Yuan Bupo stood aside and watched in fear. The female sorcerer did not dodge at all. Was she not afraid of death? Was it really worth sacrificing her life for the tinder? Yunsheng looked calm on the surface. However, when she saw Yi Huolong appear, she was a little nervous. Just when she was hesitating whether she should dodge the fire dragon's attack, Yi Baiming's deep voice echoed in her mind. It turned out that the two of them had agreed that it was time for their consciousness to resonate. Yi Baiming did not expect Yunsheng to encounter a situation that was much more dangerous than before in just one day. Little wild cat, activate your Dharma soul secretly. Don't dodge, Yi Baiming reminded Yunsheng. Yunsheng heard him and clenched her teeth. She did not dodge anymore and activated her Dharma soul secretly. Chapter 345. A five-colored radiance was released from her body. The fire dragon swallowed Yunsheng in one gulp. Just when everyone present thought that Yunsheng would not have a chance to survive, Yunsheng suddenly changed her mind. The Hellfire fire dragon let out a painful roar, and its body exploded with a boom. A five-colored radiance pierced through the fire dragon's chest like a sharp blade. The fire spirit's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a gorgeous smile appeared on her face. She shook her body and turned into a ball of flames, drilling into Yunsheng's magic scepter. A third soul stone appeared on Yunsheng's magic scepter. Everyone looked over and saw that there was a graceful figure inside the magic array. Yunsheng was like a female elf walking out of the forest in the moonlight. She was beautiful and lively. In the fire, Yunsheng's skin fell off quickly. She was like a phoenix bathing in fire. Her new skin was as tender as a baby's. She was like a fire elf in the fire. She was beautiful and enchanting. Her eyes were as black as fine black jade. Her new skin was as tender as a baby's. The most different thing was that there was a flame-shaped brand on her forehead. That flame-shaped brand made Yunsheng lose some of her youthfulness and become more enchanting. The fire elves were the most enchanting and passionate elves among the four elves. Yunsheng was still unaware of the changes on her body. She touched her forehead subconsciously and realized that there was a flame-shaped brand on her forehead. There's an extra thing. Yunsheng frowned. Looks like I should trim my bangs. This thing is too eye-catching. If the fire elves knew that this female sorcerer despised their precious fire elf brand, they would probably fight Yunsheng to the death. It's you, they said at the same time. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi looked as if they had seen a ghost. They pointed at Yunsheng. The female sorcerer whose clothes didn't cover her body and whose face was covered with ugly blisters was actually the young master that he had met once before. Yunsheng's long hair fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful eyes were beautiful. Her facial features were exactly the same as before. The two of them then realized that she was a man in disguise. You're Yun Songlong's. Yuan Bupo stared at Yunsheng's face. He then looked at her body. She was still wearing his loose robe. Her beautiful legs were swaying in front of him. He suddenly felt heat coming out of his nose. You must have snuck in on purpose. You. Xian Mimi wanted to tear Yunsheng's face apart. Yun Songlong is my second uncle. I'm his niece. Yunsheng touched her face. She realized that she had earned enough this time. Xian Mimi was so angry that her eyes were on fire. Why was she burned beyond recognition after entering the magic formation? Why was Yun Songlong's niece so beautiful? She was even lucky enough to be recognized by the karmic fire. Is this the benefit you're talking about when you're poor? Why don't I feel like I'm recognized by the karmic fire? Yunsheng's words almost made Tao Wu faint from anger. Ignorant human, I'm not going to argue with you. Tao Wu rolled his eyes and spat fire from his mouth. The fire was fierce, but Yunsheng only felt a little warmth. Her skin did not even turn red. Her body only felt a little warmth. Could it be that people who have been baptized by the karmic fire are not afraid of fire? Yunxing finally realized the magical effect of the fire. Not only are you not afraid of fire, but as long as it's a fire seed, no matter if it's true fire or fire magic element, it won't cause any harm to you. Tao Wu was annoyed. He had seen bad people, but he had never seen such an ignorant person who looked down on the karmic fire of the elves. Not only that, you're a healer. The pills refined by the karmic fire of the elves will be at least one grade higher. Hearing this, Yunxing raised her hand and adjusted the fire magic element in her body. Unlike before, the fire magic element that appeared in her hand was colorful like a karmic fire lotus. The magic element contained in it was at least 2 or 3 times richer than before. Yunxing secretly checked the magic element in her body and was surprised to find that her cultivation was about to break through again. The appearance of the third soul stone meant that she was about to break through to become a master mage. Although he was complaining, Yunxing's appearance still made Feng Wu put down a huge burden. Back then, as one of the 4 magical beasts with natural attributes, he had a duel with someone because he was competitive. Unfortunately, he lost. In the end, he kept his promise and was trapped in the Earth's core furnace for tens of thousands of years. He could only leave when he found someone who was recognized by the karmic fire of the elves. He did not expect to wait for tens of thousands of years. The karmic fire has found its owner. It's time for me to leave the Earth's core furnace. Little girl, and that guy, both of you have been baptized by the karmic fire of the elves. You're considered to be my fated people. I'll give you some advice. The 8 karmic fire lotus seeds that you obtained earlier will be very beneficial to your cultivation in the future. Remember to treasure them carefully. That's all I have to say. I hope we can meet again in the future. The bai and roared at the sky. Its body leaped into the sky and turned into a ray of fire. This ray of fire was extremely cold. It directly broke open the lava cave and soared into the sky. Tao Wu's figure was hard to find in the blue sky. After Tao Wu left, Yunxing and the other 2 were speechless. Xian Mimi tugged on Yuan Bupo's sleeve tightly. She was wary of Yunxing. However, Yuan Bupo had a complicated expression. He would secretly look at Yunxing from the corner of his eyes. The 3 of them followed the path that Yuan Bupo took earlier and walked out of the cave. Along the way, Yunxing noticed that the karmic fire of the elves' magic formation had dimmed completely. The lava in the entire Earth's core furnace had sunk and the flames had disappeared because of the karmic fire of the elves' core. The cave was no different from an ordinary underground furnace. After walking for about 3 to 4 hours, a cave entrance appeared in front of them. Yunxing walked out of the cave entrance. She noticed that the sky was already dark. The 3 of them were at the foot of an unknown mountain. The Earth's core furnace's entrance was hidden. Yuan Bupo spent a lot of effort to find the entrance. Brother Bupo, bring me back to Grand Emperor City quickly. My face is going to be ruined. Xian Mimi touched her face. Although she applied some herbs, her face did not look any better. She was afraid that her face could not be saved like what Yunxing said. She only wanted to return to Grand Emperor City as soon as possible. Yuan Bupo took a long look at Yunxing. After finding out about Yunxing's identity, Yuan Bupo could not calm down for a long time. She was Yun Songlang's niece. Yun Songlang was the main culprit who caused his elder sister to suffer for so many years. Logically speaking, he should be disgusted with Yunxing. He even thought that if Yunxing was a man, he would definitely teach her a lesson. However, she was a woman. Moreover, she was a very beautiful woman. As they walked, Yuan Bupo looked at the beautiful figure in front of him. He suddenly had a strange feeling. He hoped that there would be no end to the secret cave. If that was the case, he would be able to walk with her forever. Chapter 346. Yuan Bupo was shocked when he realized what he was thinking. What was wrong with him? Was he sick? When he was in Hong City, he did not discriminate between men and women. Countless girls in the city tried to be nice to him, but he ignored them all. But now, what was going on with this heart-pounding heartbeat? Yes, he must be sick. It was Yun Sheng who spoke first. "We're out. Your friend's injury will be incurable if it's not treated soon. Let's go our separate ways." After saying that, she didn't even turn back and walked straight ahead. "Wait, you." Yuan Bupo felt that his tongue was not working well. He stuttered for a long time before asking, "What's your name?" This was the second time they had met, but he didn't even know the other party's name. Why is he asking for my name now? Yun Xing grumbled in her heart. However, seeing that she was still wearing his clothes, she reluctantly told him her name. Yun Xing. Yuan Bupo muttered to himself. He thought about it and took out 4 karmic fire lotus seeds. Feng Wu had mentioned earlier that the lotus seeds were beneficial to their cultivation. However, he did not know that Yun Xing had consumed a large amount of karmic fire lotus roots in the past few days. The plump and round lotus seed lay quietly on Yuan Bupo's hand. His breathing quickened. Xian Mimi, who was standing aside, widened her eyes. "Brother Bupo. Why are you giving her the lotus seeds? It's none of your business." "I can give my things to whoever I want," Yuan Bupo insisted. Xian Mimi said and looked at Yuan Bupo. She realized that something was wrong with him. "Brother Bupo." Xian Mimi suddenly understood something. Her limbs turned cold. Yuan Bupo liked Yun Sanglang's niece. "Give it to her." Yun Xing did not notice the strange atmosphere between Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi. Yun Xing wanted the karmic fire lotus seeds. Since Yuan Bupo was being generous, she did not hesitate. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Yun Xing simply accepted it. When she took the lotus seed, her finger gently brushed across Yuan Bupo's palm. Yuan Bupo felt his heart clench and his breathing quicken. "Brother Bupo, let's go." Xian Mimi was shocked and angry. She felt that she was about to lose Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo remained silent until Yun Xing disappeared without a trace. He then took a step forward reluctantly. Yun Xing walked for most of the night and finally arrived at the nearest town around dawn. She asked around and found out that she was still near the border of Zhou State. She bought a set of clothes in the town and changed into them. After a short rest, she immediately rushed to Southern Cliff Town. Second uncle must be waiting anxiously in town. Also, Xian Mimi had said that Xian Wuji had gone to the Jade Capital, which made Yunxing very uneasy. Yunxing's return made the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps in Southern Cliff Town overjoyed. "Young master, you're finally back." When Zhou Quan saw Yunxing, he was overjoyed at first. However, a hint of worry appeared on his face soon after. Yunxing looked around and found it strange when she did not see Yun Sanglang. "Where's second uncle?" Logically speaking, second uncle should still be in Southern Cliff Town. Something happened in the Jade Capital. Second uncle rushed back. Zhou Quan's words made Yunxing's expression change slightly. Did Xian Wuji make a move in the past few days? What happened? Yunxing's heartbeat quickened. She was afraid that some bad news would come. Zhou Quan stuttered and could not say a complete sentence for a long time. Tang Yu caused trouble. Yi Baiming walked in. Tang Yu. Yunxing was not in a good mood when she heard the name. When Zhou Quan saw Yi Baiming, he tactfully retreated. It was that prodigal son again. Yunsheng could not be bothered with his life or death. However, she thought about it again. In a place like the Jade Capital, if it was a normal matter, the Yun residents would definitely be able to settle it. Why would she need to personally rush back with Yun Songlong? Yunsheng understood her second uncle. Although he had left the Yun residence after falling out with old Master Yun because of the Yun family army, he still remembered everyone in the residence. Zhou Quan was unwilling to say it because he was afraid that Yunsheng would be unhappy. Yi Baiming carefully sized up Yunsheng. After not seeing her for a few days, the little wild cat was different again. If the little wild cat from before was like a clear spring, then the current her was more feminine because of the fairy hellfire. Yi Baiming looked at Yunsheng's forehead again and noticed that there was a row of freshly cut bangs on her forehead. I still prefer your hairless appearance. Yi Baiming raised his hand and brushed Yunsheng's bangs aside. When he saw the karmic fire symbol on Yunsheng's smooth and round forehead, a wisp of pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes. It was indeed the hellfire of the fairy hellfire. His little wild cat did not disappoint him. Yi Baiming's fingers were icy cold. When he touched her forehead, he felt itchy. Yunsheng quickly covered her forehead and glared at him. Don't touch me. Yi Baiming glanced at the icicle-toed clothing at the side. Throw it away. Why throw it away? That's the icicle-toed clothing. It's hard to find. When Yunsheng left the cave, she did not have any clothes. Yuan Bupo did not have any intention of asking for the clothes back. Yunsheng originally planned to modify the clothes. It could be considered a treasure. I don't like the smell of other people on you. Yi Baiming snatched the clothes overbearingly and threw it away without hesitation. You! Yunsheng was flustered and exasperated. When Yi Baiming saw Yunsheng stomping her feet, the displeasure in his heart dissipated a little. Due to the connection between their consciousnesses, he had seen Yuan Bupo's reaction to Yunsheng earlier. How could he let other men covet his woman? He could not even look at her. What's going on with Tang Yu? Yunsheng was scared by Yi Baiming's stare. She could only ask Yun Songlong about the reason for his departure. Although she did not like Tang Yu, the matter involved her second uncle. She was afraid that it was not a simple matter. That brat never changes. A few days ago, he got drunk and caused trouble on the streets with a group of playboys. He raped a woman. Who knew that the woman's background was not simple? It involved a well-known hunting troupe in Zhou State. A few days after Yunsheng went missing, news came from Yujing. What kind of hunting troupe? Even the Marshal St. General's residence could not suppress them. Yunsheng looked at Yi Baiming's serious expression. Only then did she know that Tang Yu had caused a lot of trouble this time. It's an old hunting troupe, Wolf's Fang. At the same time, it's also one of the few A-class hunting troupes in Zhou State. Yi Baiming reported the name. Even though she had not been a hunter for long, Yunsheng knew how terrifying an A-class hunting troupe in Zhou State was. As the saying went, civilians do not fight with officials. However, this did not make sense in the hunting troupe in Zhou State. After all, the hunting troupe in Zhou State was very influential. In Yujing, if an ordinary citizen got into trouble, the first thing they would think of was not the government, but the hunters. Although hiring hunters would cost some money, their efficiency was much better than hiring the government. Chapter 347. The whole story of Tang Yu's incident was similar to what Yi Baiming had said. Tang Yu was a pervert and had defiled many women in the past few years. Yun Sangshue spent some money to get rid of those people and kept it a secret. He had been scolded harshly by Yun Ba because of the Oriole incident and was punished to stay in the residence for 3 months to reflect on his mistakes. He had just been released a few days ago. However, he still did not change. Especially when he knew that his second uncle was not in the Jade Capital, he became even more impudent. The woman he had forcefully snatched was originally from an ordinary family. After he had raped her, Yun Sangshue had planned to give her a status and carry her into the Yun residence in a sedan chair in order to keep the peace. However, the woman had a strong temper and was unwilling to do so. That night, she hung herself on a tree outside the Yun residence. By the time the guards in the residence found her, the woman had already stopped breathing. When the guards of the Yun residence saw her, they hurriedly told old General Yun. When the woman's family knew about it, they immediately brought people to the Yun residence to make a fuss. This incident had caused a commotion in the city. Tang Yu was so frightened that he did not dare to leave the residence. He had been fooling around in the past, but he had never killed anyone. Yun Sangshue had planned to use his power to get rid of those people. However, he did not know that it would be better if he did not do so. The woman was 15 years old this year and her father was a scholar with a little reputation in the city. She also had a fiancé whom she had been in love with for many years. They had been betrothed when they were young. That man had left the Jade Capital a few years ago and joined the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. He even had a good position in the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and was a B-grade hunter in the Corps. That man's fiancée was humiliated and committed suicide outside the Yun residence. When he heard the news, he could not get rid of his anger and went to the Yun residence to force them to hand over Tang Yu. How could Yun Sangshue hand over her precious son? She ordered the guards in the residence to beat up that hunter. When Yi Baiming said this, Yun Xing already understood. Hunter squads valued glory the most, especially the A-rank hunter squads. Most of them valued reputation, and would take good care of every single member of the squad. This time, not to mention the fact that someone was injured, even if the relative of a member was humiliated, the hunting corps would step in. So in the end, this incident turned into a dispute between the entire Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and the residents of Yun. Why didn't old General Yun do anything? What Yun Xing found strange was that with Yun Ba's temperament, wouldn't he stand out at such a critical juncture? After all, this time, Tang Yu had offended the hunters who had no regard for military law, not the Yun army. Even if old General Yun wanted to intervene, he couldn't. Minister Qin joined forces with a few other civil officials in the imperial court to sue both the Yun residents and Tang Yu. Yi Baiming couldn't help but sigh. The memorial had a total of 30,000 words. It listed all of Tang Yu's misdeeds over the years, including how the residents of Yun had shielded her. No matter how domineering Yun Ba was, he was speechless in the face of such an interrogation in the imperial court. It was a pity that he had a clean reputation and was a senior official of Zhou state for 3 generations, a first-class lord, but in his later years, he had encountered such a disaster. After Yun Xing heard this, she felt a sense of sadness in her heart. No matter how Tang Yu's incident was resolved this time, the residents of Yun Ba had lost its reputation. It was already an ironclad matter that the residents of Yun had declined and its reputation had been tarnished. If Yun Ba and Yun Sangshue were willing to hand over Tang Yu, there might be a chance for things to turn around. However, the residents of Yun would never hand over Tang Yu. The entire incident is full of loopholes. Tang Yu was set up by someone, Yun Xing said lightly. It wasn't that she had never been to the Marshal Saint General's residence. The guards at the entrance were very strict. Even in the middle of the night, they would never allow a weak girl to be hung on a tree outside the residence. In addition, she had just found out that Xian Wuji had also gone to the Jade Capital. She felt that the entire incident sounded suspicious. It's no longer important whether it was a setup or not. What's important is what you plan to do. This is a muddy water. Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes and looked at Yun Xing. A wild kitten was indeed a wild kitten. She had only heard it once, but she had already seen through the loopholes. Let's return to the Jade Capital first. Yunxing didn't make a decision immediately. When Yun Songlong returned to the Jade Capital, a portion of the hunters and the elders had already returned with him. After he rushed back to the Jade Capital, he felt that there was something wrong with the way the commoners looked at them. Just as he arrived at Waning Alley, he heard a melodious sound coming from the general's residence. Outside the residence of Yun, there was a coffin. Dozens of commoners in mourning clothes were crying and wailing. Some even burned paper money outside the residence of Yun. The gates of the general's residence were tightly shut and a few white lanterns were forced to be hung outside. Not a single guard could be seen outside. The residence of Yun was also shrouded in gloom. Waves of crying and wailing could be heard outside the residence of Yun. Such a situation had been going on for several days. Everyone in the residence of Yun had to take a detour from the back door when they wanted to go out for errands. Even so, they couldn't avoid being pointed at and gossiped about. After the incident with the young master, the entire residence of Yun was under a lot of pressure. In these few days, there were many people quitting their jobs using various reasons such as physical discomfort and old age. Even many of the retainers that the old master had provided for in the residence of Yun had packed up their belongings and left quietly. The old general had yet to fall, but the residence of Yun Songlong was already on the verge of collapse. When the general's residence was still prosperous, those snobbish people had racked their brains trying to sneak into the residence of Yun Songlong to beg for a living. Now that the residence of Yun Songlong was in trouble, they couldn't wait to cut off all ties. Inside the residence, Uncle Yun stood guard outside Yun Ba's room with a worried expression. Ever since the day the old master came back from court and kicked the young master until he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, he had been locked up in the training room. The old master didn't move an inch when they delivered food and water, and they all left. Uncle Yun tried to persuade him a few times, but he was all chased out by the old master. Bang! A rock was thrown through the wall and rolled to Uncle Yun's feet. There was a piece of paper tied to the rock. Uncle Yun didn't need to look to know what was written on the paper. It was full of insults directed at the residence of Yun. From the young master to the old general, if the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked, the lower beam will be crooked. All kinds of nasty words were directed at the old master alone. Did these people forget who led the army to fight when Zhou's state was in turmoil and the people were displaced? Who was the one who emptied the entire residence of Yun Songlong's wealth to buy military provisions to support the front lines? Uncle Yun sighed and lowered his head to pick up the rock on the ground. Just as he bent down, he saw a pair of shoes in front of him. The shoes were covered in dust. Uncle Yun raised his head to look. When he saw Yun Songlong clearly, he excitedly shouted toward the training room, "Old master, the second young master is back." After the incident at the residence of Yun, the third miss held a grudge against the old master for kicking the young master. For the past few days, she hadn't cared about the old master's daily needs. Only then did Uncle Yun send a letter to the second young master. In the training room, it was still silent. Chapter 348. How long has father been locked inside? Yun Songlong frowned as he looked at the food placed outside the door. He still remembered that Yun Xing had said earlier that Yun Ba's health was no longer as good as it used to be. It's been 3 or 4 days. He's been locked inside the entire time and hasn't even changed out of his court robes. Uncle Yun didn't know what his master had heard in court. He only knew that he had never seen his master so angry before. That day, after the old master left the morning court, he rushed into the residence like a furious lion. He pulled up the guard saber and was about to chop the little young master when the third young mistress hugged the old master tightly. She threatened that if the old master hurt Tang Yu, she would immediately cut her own throat. Only then did the old master suppress his anger. However, he had still kicked the little young master. "Where's that bastard Tang Yu?" Yun Songlong groaned. The entire incident had started because of Tang Yu. When he had entered the residence just now, he had seen the family members of the deceased kneeling outside the door. He had also felt ashamed. Those people had scolded and smashed him, but he hadn't retaliated. The little young master is in the third Miss courtyard. Recently, there have been some unknown assassins sneaking into the residence. In order to protect the little young master, the third Miss hired many hunters to protect the courtyard. Uncle Yun shook his head as he spoke. He had watched the little young master grow up. It was all the third Miss' fault for spoiling him so much that he had developed the little young master's personality. She hired hunters. Does he think he can protect his wretched life? That woman's corpse is still outside. When Yun Songlong entered the residence, he had also seen the coffin outside. In order to protect the woman's corpse, the woman's family had used a special magic array to protect it. Although it had been nearly 20 days since the incident, the corpse was still vivid and lifelike. Yun Songlong could clearly see that there were signs of hanging on the woman's neck. Second young master, please calm down. The little young master has made a mistake this time, but if we hand him over, only death awaits him. You also know that the third Miss dotes on the young master to the extreme. If anything happens to the young master, she won't be able to live on. Uncle Yun pulled up his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. In his early years, Yunba fought on the battlefield and spent more time apart from the Yun family's matriarch. When the Yun family's matriarch was pregnant with the third Miss, she unfortunately died in childbirth. The third Miss was the youngest in the family, and because her appearance was similar to the late mistress, the master had always loved her dearly and doted on her a lot. Even if you can't live, you still have to. Tang Yu has to hand it over. I've already asked someone to contact the leader of the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps through the Hunting Union, Yun Songlong said in a deep voice. Before he rushed back to Jade Capital, he contacted the hunting branch at the border. On one hand, he wanted to ask the branch to keep an eye on his niece Yunxing's safety. On the other hand, he wanted to contact the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps through the Hunting Union, hoping to minimize the incident at the residence of Yun. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps had saved so many villagers recently, causing the reputation of the Hunting Corps to rise, as well as Yunxing's elder token, the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps, which was only a newly formed hunting corps, would not have the qualifications to talk to the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. The Hunting Union had also just sent news that the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps members could meet together, but they had to bring along Tang Yu, the culprit. This was the main reason why Yun Songlong rushed back to the residence of Yun without stopping. Yun Songlong had good intentions, but who knew that just as he mentioned it, he heard a cold snort behind him. Second brother, you are so vicious. You, is your biological nephew, and you want to push him into the tiger's den with your own hands. Yun Songlong walked over with Tang Yu and a few well-equipped hunters. The moment Yun Songlong returned to the residence, Yun Songshue's spies reported the news to Yun Songshue. The news of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps making a great contribution at the borders of Zhou State and saving hundreds of villagers had already spread to the Jade Capital a few days ago. Yun Songshue thought that since Yun Songlong was now a regiment commander, he might have some say in the Hunting Union. Since he had returned to the residence, he must have a way to help Tang Yu. Thus, she immediately brought people over. Who knew that the moment she entered the courtyard, she would hear Yun Songlong saying that he wanted to hand Tang Yu over. She was immediately enraged and questioned him sternly. Vicious. Third sister, even now, you still want to protect that little bastard. A life for a life. If the emperor commits a crime, he will be punished the same as the commoners. He caused someone's death, doesn't he have any responsibility? Yun Songlong couldn't believe that Yun Songshue was still so stubborn. He was too disappointed in Yun Songshue. Second brother, Yu is in the wrong, but he didn't personally kill anyone. He's young and doesn't know any better. shouldn't you give him a chance to turn over a new leaf? You keep saying that you want to hand him over, but you're actually biased. If it was Yun Xing, that wretched girl, would you be willing to hand him over? Yun Sangxue was even more furious when she heard this. When he heard Yun Sangxue calling Yun Xing a wretched girl, Yun Songlong felt a surge of anger in his stomach. For Tang Yu's matter, he could only abandon Yun Xing, whose fate was still unknown. He had rushed back with all his heart, but what awaited him was such an unreasonable tantrum. If it was Xing Yun Sangxue, are your words even human? She's your niece, Big Brother's biological daughter. How can she be compared to your bastard son? My niece saves the dying and heals the injured. She never kills the innocent. Yun Songlong was furious. Yun Sangxue was speechless. When Tang Yu saw that second uncle had made his mother speechless, he was even more afraid. Mother, I don't want to leave the residence. Didn't you see those people outside? They're so ferocious. If I go out, they will definitely kill me. Tang Yu's appearance did look a little miserable. These few days, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to leave the residence. Furthermore, those people from the Wolf Fang hunting corps sneaked into the general's residence from time to time. His grandfather, who had always been his protective umbrella, not only kicked him this time, but he also almost kicked him to death. He completely disregarded his own safety and allowed those people to come and go in the residence. Tang Yu was so frightened that he couldn't sleep well. When he heard that he was going to be handed over, he was so frightened that he almost peed. You, be good. Mother will never let anyone bully you. Don't be afraid. Even if I have to use 10,000 pounds, I will hire someone to protect you. Don't worry, just wait for 5 more days and the people from the Bloody Hand Tycoon will be back. By then, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Yun Sangxue looked at her son with heartache. These few days, this child was so frightened that he even lost a few pounds of meat. Yun Sangxue. Who did you hire? You actually hired people from the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Do you still think that the Yun residence's reputation isn't bad enough? Yun Songlong's mind was blown. The Bloody Hand Tycoon was a very special organization in the Boundless Continent. Its nature seemed to be similar to the hunting corps. In the name of receiving commissions, it could complete any mission. These missions included killing and robbing. Under certain circumstances, they could even kidnap and invade. There was nothing that they wouldn't do. In order to complete their missions, the people from the Bloody Hand Tycoon could be said to be unscrupulous and despicable. Chapter 349. Yun Songlong had already realized that Yun Sangxue's hiring of the Blood Hand Tycoon when the Yun residence was facing such a huge crisis was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. The scariest thing about the Bloody Hand Trench was that no one knew the origin of the Bloody Hand Trench, and no one knew how many people they had. People only knew that once the Bloody Hand Tycoon was hired, its people would complete the mission. No matter if it was a commoner or even a noble, the Bloody Hand Tycoon would complete the mission without exception. Since the Bloody Hand Tycoon was so mysterious, the reward it demanded was also very special. It didn't accept gold coins, but it demanded the other party to complete a condition of equal value as the reward. If the employer couldn't complete the task, the Bloody Hand Tycoon's people would take revenge at all costs. Within Zhou State, there was once a wealthy family who hired the Bloody Hand Tycoon to kill his competitor due to a business dispute. However, after killing his competitor, the Bloody Hand Tycoon suggested that the wealthy family use his entire fortune in exchange. That wealthy family naturally didn't agree. However, on the second day, his entire family of 63 people, including all his servants and livestock, were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. Since then, the Bloody Hand Tycoon's notoriety quickly spread throughout the Boundless Continent. There were many similar incidents. The Bloody Hand Tycoon was the most notorious assassin organization in the continent in recent decades. Therefore, Yun Songlong panicked when he found out that Yun Sangxue had hired the Bloody Hand Tycoon. It was easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. Even Yun Songlong didn't dare to provoke the Bloody Hand Tycoon's people. He didn't expect Yun Sangxue to hire the Bloody Hand Tycoon without discussing with her family. "Sangxue, how dare you hire the Bloody Hand Tycoon's people behind my back?" Yun Ba rushed out of his room. It had only been a few days, but Yun Ba looked as if he had aged several years. His originally light gray hair had turned white. Father, you can't blame me. These days, those people have been causing a ruckus outside the residence. Yu hasn't had a good rest for many days. The Wolf Fang hunting corps isn't to be trifled with. I only invited the Bloody Hand Tycoon's people to threaten them. Yun Sangxue continued to quibble. Yun Sangxue didn't tell the Yun family's father and son that she had even prepared for the worst. If the Wolf Fang hunting corps still didn't rest, she would let the Bloody Hand Trench's men kill the Wolf Fang hunting corps' captain. Nonsense. Have you ever thought about whether or not you can fulfill Bloody Hand Tycoon's conditions? Yun Ba let out a long sigh of disappointment and frustration. He didn't expect that Yun Sangxue would cause an even bigger mess while he was in seclusion trying to think of a solution. At most, we'll just give him more treasures and not gold coins. Our Yun residence also has plenty of things for him to choose from. Yun Sangxue didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. How long has it been since you sent out the request? Is it too late to revoke it? Yun Songlong also blamed himself endlessly. If he had rushed back earlier, perhaps Yun Sangxue would not have acted rashly. Seeing that her father and Yun Songlong, who had always remained calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, had ugly expressions, Yun Sangxue realized that she had caused a huge disaster. It seemed like the Bloody Hand Tycoon she had provoked was even more troublesome than the Wolf Fang hunting corps. It's already too late. When I woke up this morning, I discovered that there was an extra card at my bedside. Yun Sangxue hesitated and took out an extra card from her sleeve. It was a gold-plated invitation card. It was squarish and had 4 golden tassels hanging from the 4 corners of the invitation card. It was made of a special metal and looked no different from an ordinary invitation card from a wealthy family. But the cover of the card was a bloody handprint the size of an adult's palm. That bloody handprint emitted a special smell that was like blood and also like a fragrance. Just by smelling it, one would feel flustered. The Bloody Hand Tycoon's card. This card represented that the Bloody Hand Tycoon had already accepted Yun Sangxue's deal. If they were to break the contract now, they would still face the crazy pursuit of the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Early this morning, Yun Ba frowned. Although he had been secluding himself in the training room these few days, he was still aware of everything that had happened outside. There was no lack of experts among the hunters from the Wolf Fang hunting corps that had barged into the Yun residence. These people, just relying on those third-rate hunters that Yun Sangxue had found, was simply not enough to resist them. Every time those people wanted to barge into Yun Sangxue and her son's courtyard, Yun Ba would warn them. The aura of a martial saint was still very shocking. Even if he did not step out of the house, he would still scare the hunters away. But early this morning, Yun Ba did not discover anyone barging into the general's residence. Could it be that there was a martial saint expert who was not inferior to him in the Bloody Hand Tycoon? Father, since things have come to this stage, the only way out is to settle the matter of the Wolf Fang hunting corps before the Bloody Hand Tycoon arrives. Tang Yu must go and apologize this time. Yun Songlong insisted that Tang Yu go with him to the Wolf Fang hunting corps. One matter at a time, in case the Yun residence was attacked from both sides. When the time came, it would be even more difficult to deal with. No, grandfather, Yu does not want to go. Tang Yu did not expect that in the end, he still had to meet the people from the Wolf Fang hunting corps. Tang Yu, you are a man. Why are you crying endlessly? Yun Ba had heard how Yun Sangxue indulged his son and insulted Yun Xing when he was in the room just now. Looking at Tang Yu's useless appearance, he thought of Yun Xing's calm appearance during the free medical consultation. Why was it that they were all descendants of the Yun family, but they were so different from each other? There is no need to talk about this anymore. Songlong, bring her to the Wolf Fang hunting corps. I will deal with the matter of the Bloody Hand Tycoon later. Although he was very disappointed in Tang Yu, Yun Ba could not harden his heart and watch Tang Yu be killed. Yun Sangxue was still arguing, but Yun Ba glanced at her coldly. Sangxue, you have disappointed me too much. You are not allowed to have any contact with you these few days. Men, take her away. If anyone wants to help Third Miss during this period, immediately banish them from the general's residence and never hire them again. It was only now that Yun Ba realized how wrong it was for him to leave the matters of the Yun residence to Yun Sangxue all these years after such a drastic change. Amidst Yun Sangxue's discontent and Tang Yu's wails, the two of them were taken away. The hunters that Yun Sangxue had invited were also chased away by Yun Ba. Uncle Yun, investigate the servants and hangers-on who left the general's residence during this incident and blacklist them. I want to make it difficult for them to establish themselves in Zhou State in the future. Also, spread some fake news. I think there must be a lot of spies in the Yun residence these days. Yun Ba had also calmed down after staying in the training room for a few days. Thanks to Lioli, Yu, and Modi for their tips. Chapter 350. In the imperial court, Yun Ba felt helpless in the battle of words between the old officials. This time, the emperor of Zhou State was also watching coldly from the sidelines. These people were all waiting to see the fall of the Yun residence. He wanted to let these people know that as long as he, Yun Ba, was alive, the Yun residence would never fall. Didn't you go to the southern border of Zhou State? Why did you come back? Yun Ba looked at Yun Songlong with some anger in his heart. His good son had established the hunting corps on his own initiative and went to the southern border of Zhou State without his knowledge. That place almost took his life back then. If the people of Grand Emperor City knew that his hand had recovered, they would take revenge even more crazily. What will come will come. Father, have you investigated the matter clearly? Was that girl really killed by you, Although Yun Songlong hated Tang Yu for being a disappointment, he still understood his nephew's nature very well. The few times he had abducted women, it was mostly verbal teasing. However, this was the first time he had used force. Isn't it all because of that group of scoundrels? He drank for a long time that day and I can't remember the details. I only remember that when he woke up, it was already too late. Yun Ba had also seen the coffin placed at the door. A 15 to 16-year-old flowery girl who was indeed beautiful was forced to her death by his own grandson. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to take this lying down. How confident are you about the Wolf Fang hunting corps? It's not convenient for me to accompany you. If necessary, I can let Uncle Yun accompany you. Yun Ba sighed. He was forced to the point that he had nothing to say in the imperial court. In the end, it was the emperor of Zhou State who spoke. The Wolf Fang hunting corps was an A-class hunting corps. In the early years, they had assisted the military in transporting food and weapons, and even guarded the city. They definitely couldn't fall out with the Wolf Fang hunting corps because of Tang Yu. The emperor of Zhou State's meaning was very clear. In the end, Yun Ba could only agree that no matter how the Wolf Fang hunting corps wanted to deal with Tang Yu, he wouldn't interfere. The most suitable person for this matter was actually Yun Songlong, who was a hunting corps soldier. I understand. Uncle Yun should stay in the residence and help you. I'll bring some brothers from the hunting corps over. Master Zong also came back with me. Where's that stubborn girl? What, she's still not willing to come to the general's estate? Yunba said, but he did not mean what he said. He shot a few glances behind Yun Songlong. Such a big incident had happened in the Yun residence, yet that child still refused to come. He must really hate the Yun residence to the core. Something happened to Xing when she was at the border, so she was delayed. Yun Songlong hesitated for a moment before telling Yunba what had happened in the southern realm. What? You said she was trapped under the mine. How is it? Are you hurt? How could you let a half-grown child stay in the cave alone? Yunba's heart burned with anger when he heard this. Xing is not an ordinary child. She has the ability to protect herself. She is safe for now. I have already sent word that she will return to the Jade Capital in a few days. Yun Songlong looked at his father's reaction and laughed inwardly. His old man was the one who did not mean what he said. Yunba's expression softened. Only then did he relax. The father and son talked about the situation in the Jade Capital. In a private residence in the Jade Capital. From the outside, it looked like a very ordinary residence. Before and after the lantern was lit, a figure slid down from the eaves like a gecko. Like a drop of water dripping down from the eaves, he silently landed in the room. Sitting in the room was the young city lord of the Grand Emperor City, Xian Wuji, whom he had not seen for a few days. The figure was wearing a scarlet robe that covered him from head to toe. There were no gaps, except for a few holes where his eyes, mouth, and nose should be. Young city lord, everything has been done according to your instructions. Now we just have to wait for the fish to take the bait, the red-robed man said. I heard that Yun Songlong has returned to the Jade Capital. Things are getting more and more lively. This time, you have done well. You have not wasted my years of support for the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Xian Wuji played with a medicine bottle in his hand. Originally, he wanted to poison Yunba after entering the Jade Capital. How could he have known that things weren't as simple as he thought? Although Yunba was a military general, he was very cautious in his work. His food and clothing were all taken care of by an old servant in his residence, Uncle Yun, and he never left it to others. Xian Wuji used all kinds of methods, even letting people sneak into the Yun residence as retainers and servants, but he could not do anything. However, even someone as sinister as Xian Wuji did not give up on his plan immediately. He sent people to spy on the people in the Yun residence. Very quickly, he found out that there was a huge flaw in the Yun residence. That was Tang Yu, that ignorant and incompetent playboy. As expected, he only needed to do a little trick to catch Tang Yu in the wrong. He then ordered people to secretly approach Yun Sangxue and threw out the Bloody Hand Tycoon. As expected, the mother and son pair fell for it. Outsiders did not know that the Bloody Hand Tycoon was an organization that the Grand Emperor City had nurtured over the years. More than 50% of the Grand Emperor City's huge expenditure came from the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Don't worry, young city lord. However, young city lord, I just received news from the city that young Miss Mei Mei was seriously injured and was just sent back by young Master Yuan. The member of the Bloody Hand Trench respectfully replied. Useless thing, only knowing how to die for men. Don't worry about her, the city lord will take care of her. In these few days, keep a close eye on the Yun residence. If there is any movement, immediately report to me. Xian Wuji waved his hand impatiently. The members of the Bloody Hand Tycoon left silently. Xian Wuji looked at the medicine bottle in his hand. This time, no one could save the Yun residence. After traveling day and night, finally, Yun Sheng Ni Baiming returned to the Jade Capital 3 days later. This day was also the day that Yun Songlong escorted Tang Yu to negotiate with the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. The location of the negotiation was chosen by the hunting corps. They chose a relatively secluded tavern in the city. This tavern was also one of the taverns under the hunting corps of the Jade Capital. It was also the place where the hunters drank or made private deals. Yun Songlong received the news that the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps' commander and vice-commander, as well as the injured B-grade hunter, would be present. In order to show his sincerity, Yun Songlong brought Tang Yu out early to the tavern. In order to avoid hurting the innocent, a "closed today" sign was hung outside the tavern. Don't speak later. If you say the wrong thing again, even second uncle will not be able to protect you. Yun Songlong knew that Tang Yu would only cause trouble. At this moment, a few people arrived at the entrance of the tavern. They were dressed very ordinarily, but just by looking at their footsteps and the way they entered the tavern, one could tell that they were not ordinary customers. There were 3 of them, 3 hunters from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. Chapter 351. The one walking at the front should be the leader of the Wolf's Fang troop, Zhang Lang. He was a burly warrior. Behind him was a heavy crossbow that was almost as tall as a person. The crossbow was black in color, and it was shining with a light that was not inferior to the sun. The one in the middle was a female hunter, and an extremely outstanding one at that. She was not even 30 years old, and was at the most attractive age for a woman. She had brown hair and held a magic scepter in her hand. There were 4 magic soul stones embedded on the magic scepter. Behind the female hunter was a male hunter who looked a little pale. Among the 3 of them, he was the youngest. When he saw Yun Songlong and his niece sitting in the middle of the tavern, the male hunter's eyes almost spat fire. He subconsciously pressed on the scabbard on his waist, but his hand was pushed away by the female mage beside him with her magic scepter. When Yun Songlong was sizing up the 3 people from the Wolf's Fang troop, Zhang Lang and the deputy leader of the Wolf's Fang troop, who was also the female hunter Huanu, were also observing Yun Songlong. When they realized that the other party only brought a hunter as an assistant to negotiate, that there were no ambushes near the tavern, and that the martial sage of Zhou State, Yun Ba, was not nearby, the 2 of them relaxed a little. At the same time, their impression of Yun Songlong was much better. It was rumored that Yun Songlong, one of the 2 heroes of Zhou State's military, was a righteous and upright person. Looking at him now, it was indeed so. Even though they were on bad terms with the Yun's residents, the Wolf's Fang troop still avoided Yun Ba's reputation. Leader Yun. Zhang Lang walked forward and cupped his hands as a form of greeting. The beginning of the negotiation between both parties seemed to be quite harmonious. Leader Zhang. Yun Songlong also stood up and bowed. Deputy Leader Hua, don't stop me, I want to kill that bastard. Just as the 2 of them were greeting each other, the young hunter suddenly broke free from the magic scepter of the female mage beside him, and his hand went to his waist. The young male hunter's attire was a little special. Most of the martial artists in the boundless continent liked to hang their swords on their waists, but on his waist, there was a row of small knives and daggers that were only the length of a finger. With a flick of his wrist, a silver light flashed and 5 to 6 concealed daggers flew towards Tang Yu. The way he shot out the concealed weapons was extremely fast. It was obvious that he was an expert in this area. Every concealed weapon was wrapped in a layer of do qi. 5 to 6 of these daggers, linked together, were all aimed at Tang Yu's vital acupoints. If Tang Yu was really stabbed, blood would definitely splatter on the spot. On the other hand, Yun Songlong was unhurried. His hand was several times faster than the dagger. He picked up Tang Yu and the 5, 6, 8 hidden weapons missed their target. The hidden weapon pierced the wall of the tavern, and suddenly, 5 or 6 knife marks appeared on the wall. After Yun Songlong dodged the dagger, he threw Tang Yu back to his original position. The entire process was smooth and fluid. If one were to look at it from the side, it would seem as if Tang Yu's but had never left his seat. If Tang Yu hadn't been so frightened that his eyes had rolled back, no one would have realized what had just happened. Zhang Lang and Huan Nu, who were at the side, also looked calm on the surface. However, at this moment, their hearts were in turmoil. Back then, Yun Songlong was considered a top figure in Zhou state. Even Zhang Lang and the others, who were hunters, avoided Yun Songlong's name. Previously, there was a rumor that Yun Songlong had abandoned the army to become a hunter after being crippled for many years. His originally crippled hands had miraculously recovered. However, Zhang Lang and the others didn't really believe it. They thought that it was impossible for a broken hand to recover. Even if it recovered, his skills would definitely be greatly reduced. Therefore, this time, when they heard that Yun Songlong had stepped forward to resolve this matter, Zhang Lang and the others still had some thoughts of testing him. After testing, they immediately realized that Yun Songlong's skills didn't deteriorate compared to back then. In fact, they seemed to have improved. Zhang Lang pretended to be angry and said, "Lu Hao, who allowed you to make a move? Don't be presumptuous in front of Commander Yun." "It's fine. This must be Brother Lu. This matter is also Tang Yu's fault." Yun Songlong smiled indifferently. Yun Songlong sneered in his heart. What a good wolf fang hunting corps, they were also cunning enough. Huan Nu's cultivation was much higher than Lu Hao's. How could she not be able to stop her impulsive subordinate? Tang Yu, who was at the side, wanted to cry but had no tears. He was really scared to death. Since we agreed to discuss this matter, let's get straight to the point. This matter originally had nothing to do with our wolf fang hunting corps. However, Lu Hao is a very promising hunter in our group. Commander Yun, you should know that when a member of your group is in trouble, as a commander, you must stand up for him. Zhang Lang had already found out Yun Songlong's bottom line, so he straightforwardly spoke of the purpose of this trip. Commander Zhang is right. Tang Yu, this matter started because of you. Brother Lu is also here today. Just tell us directly how you want to deal with this little bastard. Yun Songlong ordered someone to bring wine. When Lu Hao heard this, he glared at Tang Yu. When he saw Tang Yu, he thought of his fiancée who had died tragically. He wished he could drink the blood and eat the flesh of this damn fatty in front of him. A life for a life. I want his life. Lu Hao said word by word, his hand once again reaching for his dagger. But this time, he did not act rashly. He knew that as long as Yun Songlong was here, even if he shot out a concealed weapon, he would not have the chance to hurt Tang Yu. I didn't kill her. She was the one who took things too hard. Why should I pay with my life? Moreover, that woman is only a commoner. When Tang Yu heard this, he also became angry. Today, his mother was not here, and his grandfather was also not here. If second uncle was impulsive and really wanted him to pay with his life, wouldn't he be dead? It would have been better if Tang Yu did not open his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, Zhang Lang and Huan Nu immediately glared at him. Most of the hunters were born poor, and they could not bear to hear the sons of officials discriminating against the commoners. Not only did Tang Yu humiliate the lady, he even dared to spout nonsense after her death. Such vile behavior was enough for him to die 1,000 times over. Shut up, you little bastard. The veins on Yun Songlong's forehead throbbed as he slammed his palm onto the table. A handprint appeared on the several inches thick surface of the table. The wine glasses on the table were all shattered. Wine dripped down. Inside the tavern, only Tang Yu's frightened breathing could be heard. Yun Songlong's anger caused the temperature of the tavern to drop by several degrees. Tang Yu stole a glance at his second uncle. Zhang Lang and Huan Nu, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression as they drank the wine in their hands. After a while, it was Zhang Lang who spoke first. He put down his wine cup and said, "Leader Yun, I respect the residents of Yun for its loyalty and bravery. But sometimes, a piece of rat poop will spoil the whole pot of porridge. In this case, the gains will not make up for the losses." Zhang Lang's words were light but heavy at the same time. The murderous intent in his words was self-evident. The vice leader of Huannu also sat at the side with a kind smile on his face. But if one took a closer look, one would realize that the magic scepter in Huannu's hand was shining with a moving light. She was already prepared to chant a spell. Zhang Lang alone might not be Yun Zhanglang's opponent. But with the addition of an extremely aggressive fire element mage, the outcome would be hard to say. Since we have already spoken to this point, I think Leader Yun should understand our intentions. I will make a decision on behalf of Lu Hao. A life for a life. As long as the residents of Yun agrees, the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps will promise you that we will not cause trouble at the residents of Yun in the future. But if Leader Yun does not agree, then the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and the Sky Hunting Corps will be mortal enemies. Zhang Lang's words were resolute and decisive. There was no room for negotiation. Chapter 352. The matter had escalated from Tang Yu to the entire Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. It was not enough for Zhang Lang to become the leader of an A-grade hunting corps based on his cultivation base alone. He was like a wolf king. He was cunning and meticulous. He was the leader of the entire hunting corps and also the one who controlled the entire situation. Yun Zhanglang had to consider carefully. As the leader of the hunting corps, he could not sit back and watch hundreds of hunters be implicated because of his personal affair. Tang Yu's body of fat was trembling non-stop. He did not even dare to cry or make a fuss. "Leader Yun, I'll give you 3 days to consider. Tell me your answer after you've thought it through. I hope you don't have any other ideas, such as secretly sending them away. The boundless land is huge, but there are traces of the hunting corps everywhere." Zhang Lang stood up and was about to leave with Huannu and Lu Hao. "There's no need for 3 days. I can answer you right now. We won't hand them over." The door of the inn was pushed open. The owner of the inn hurried forward to stop the guests. "Dear guests, the inn is closed today. We won't be serving any guests." Seeing the guests, Yun Zhanglang's gloomy face brightened up. Tang Yu, however, twitched as if he was suffering from epilepsy. There were also 2 men and a woman who entered. However, their formation was different from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. Among the 3 people who entered, it was obvious that the female sorcerer was the leader. She was the smallest and the youngest, but she was at the front. Judging from the female sorcerer's travel-worn appearance, she had just returned from overseas. However, the bright smile on her face did not make one feel tired at all. She had a pair of unusually clean black eyes. Her hair of the same color was casually tied behind her back with a cat's eye red jade hairpin. There was a slender magic scepter hanging from her waist. She gave off a very comfortable feeling. Of the 2 men behind her, one was a young and tall warrior. The other one was an elegant young master. He did not need to say a word, but he was a handsome man who gave off an oppressive air of nobility. Yun Zhanglang saw that his niece was safe and sound and smiled in relief. The emotions that had been suppressed by Tang Yu's matter these few days had also faded. He knew that Yunxing must have her reasons for coming here, so he didn't say much and let Yunxing have the right to speak. Yunxing smiled at Yun Zhanglang. She wasn't here to meet second uncle. Her beautiful eyes seemed to sweep across the people of the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps as she clasped her hands. "This one is Yan Yun, the vice leader of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps." Yunxing came back around sunrise. She returned to the medical hall first. Over the past few days, the incident at the residence of Yun had been the hottest topic in the city. Lin Yao collected a lot of information. When Yunxing heard this, she rushed to the Yun residence without resting. Just as Lin Yao had said, there was a coffin outside the Yun residence. The coffin was open, and inside lay the unfortunate woman who had died tragically. Yunxing didn't enter the general's residence. She pretended to be a passerby and looked around the woman's coffin before asking the woman's family some questions. Just as she was asking around, Uncle Yun walked out of the residence. When he saw Yunxing, he was overjoyed and secretly pulled Yunxing to one side and told Yunxing about the negotiation between Yun Sanglang and the Wolf Fang hunting corps at the pub. That was why Yunxing rushed to the pub. After hearing Yunxing's self-introduction, the three people from the Wolf Fang hunting corps were surprised. They didn't expect that the vice leader of the newly established Wolf Fang hunting corps was actually this young female hunter. One had to know that it was a very difficult task to establish a hunter corps on the continent. Most of the hunters had been in the hunter world since they were young. They had to complete countless difficult missions before they could gradually accumulate fame and wealth in the hunter world. After they had enough fame and wealth, some people would form their own hunting squad or even a hunting corps. For those who were lucky, it would take 10 years. For those who were unlucky, it might take 20 years. So the hunting corps leaders or hunting corps leaders in the hunting corps, the youngest one was at least 30 years old. The older ones, like Tsang Lang, were already 4 years old. Feng Qua from Huang Ting's trio was already considered the youngest among them. But how old was Yunxing? She was really 8 years old, but her appearance was only 12 or 13 years old. No wonder the few people from the Wolf Fang hunting corps were dumbfounded. When they were mumbling about Yunxing's age, they suddenly thought of her name. Yan Yun. This name, why did it sound so familiar? Lu Hao, who was by the side, stared at Yunxing strangely and cried out as if he had seen a ghost, You are bloody Lolita, Yan Yun of the Huangting hunting troupe. The Yan Yun who killed the Dark Guard hunting corps and had a master like Emperor Zhao. Lu Hao's shouting made Tsang Lang and Huan Nu think of this person. Hunters who had reached the level of Tsang Lang and Huan Nu would never go to the hunting corps citadel. But their subordinates were different. Usually, after they finished their missions, they would go to the hunting corps citadel to participate in a few fights for a few drinks or to vent their anger. Coincidentally, when Huang Ting's group of 4 was taking part in the B-grade Hunter Squad assessment, Lu Hao was also taking part in the Hunter combat arena with his fellow Hunter brothers. Because of the later Qin's Dark Guard hunting corps, the entire hunting corps citadel knew about Huang Ting's fight. The tickets for the last fight were sold at a sky-high price. When Lu Hao went to buy the tickets, they were already sold out. In order to make up for his regret, he had to spend a high price to buy a magic scroll that recorded the fight. The scene where Yunxing killed the Dark Guard hunting corps left a deep impression on him. But because Yunxing was wearing an illusion earring, he did not recognize her. Now that he heard Yunxing's words and looked at the familiar magic scepter in Yunxing's hand, he immediately recognized Yunxing. Huangting, are you talking about the B-grade hunting corps that has been in the limelight recently? It is said that they have the chance to become the first A-grade hunting corps in the boundless continent. Speaking of Huangting, Tsang Lang had some impression of it. Huan Nu also had a curious look on her face. She had seen the magic scroll that Lu Hao had bought earlier. Who would have thought that this little girl who looked as fresh as jasmine was actually the bloody Loli who killed without blinking an eye? It was just that her appearance was not related to bloody Loli. Yi Baiming, who was listening at the side, looked at Yunxing from head to toe with a mischievous look on his face. He did not expect that the little wild cat had done so many things before reuniting with him. Yunxing felt goosebumps all over her body when he looked at her. She rolled her eyes back at him. I'm indebted to the brothers from the Hunter Union for thinking so highly of me. I seem to have such a nickname in the past. Facing the crowd who looked as if they had seen a ghost, Yunxing chuckled and did not shy away, directly admitting her identity. Chapter 353. Yan Yun was ruthless and had a good relationship with Wang Ting, a newly established hunting team. He also had the backing of a powerful figure like Emperor Zhao. Zhang Lang could not help but frown when all these factors were added together. However, he had already stated his conditions. If they were to speculate about the power behind Yan Yun and the news spread, the Wolf Fang hunting troop would no longer be able to survive in the underworld. Deputy Commander Yan, you're a little late. I've already discussed the conditions with Commander Yun. Also, this is a private matter between Wolf's Fang and Tang Yu. I don't think you're willing to let the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group get involved in this. Zhang Lang looked at Yunxing and Tang Yu and knew that they didn't have much of a relationship. He thought that Yan Yun would not be here to help Tang Yu. Don't worry, we don't have the time to clean up that kid's mess. He will get into trouble sooner or later. Yunxing was not in the mood to care about Tang Yu at first. She and the Tang family's mother and son had disliked each other for a long time. She did not even have the mood to talk to them. However, she happened to discover something interesting outside the Yun residence. As long as Tang Yu was still a member of the Yun residence and Yunxing still had the blood of the Yun family flowing in her body, Tang Yu's matter would not be unrelated to her. Yunxing had always been someone who dealt with matters and not people. Due to the protection of a special magic array, the hanged woman's corpse was still well preserved. Her face was even more lifelike. If not for her cold limbs, one would not be able to tell that she had been dead for more than 10 days. When she saw the woman's death earlier, she was even more disgusted with Tang Yu. However, when she took a closer look at the woman in the coffin, she realized that something was amiss. Although Yunxing was not a forensic doctor, she had seen many corpses in the dissection room of the university when she was studying medicine. Some of them died of natural causes, while others died of various reasons. Therefore, she had some understanding of corpses. Normally, when a civilian died, there were no forensic doctors or coroners in the boundless land. The local government would participate in the investigation of the cause of death and invite a doctor to confirm it. However, because this matter involved the Marshal Saint General's mansion, the government had some scruples. In the end, it was still the family of the woman who invited a doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Coincidentally, the doctor the woman's family invited was none other than Qing Sihai. After Qing Sihai examined the woman's body, he concluded that the woman had hanged herself. Yunxing also saw the woman in the coffin. There were obvious marks on her neck and her face was blue. She had also asked the woman's family. When the woman was first found, her eyes were protruding and her tongue was hanging out. These were the physiological characteristics of a hanged person. Yunxing wanted to let it go, but she accidentally discovered that there were very faint marks on the woman's flat hand. Looking at the color of the wound, it was clearly a wound that existed before the woman died. Yunxing's eyebrows twitched. She remembered that in one of her autopsy classes, her teacher had unintentionally pointed to a corpse that was waiting to be dissected and said that it was a corpse that was disguised as a suicide. Yunxing briefly explained her suspicions. I also noticed that the place where the woman hanged herself was a banyan tree that was more than 3 meters tall. There was also nothing to stand on and she didn't know any martial arts. How did she hang herself there? What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting that Xianyu was killed? The doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion has already personally verified her cause of death. Are you saying that you are more capable than the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Lu Hao felt as though he was being humiliated when he heard Yunxing's analysis. His fiancée had died tragically, and now someone was suspecting her cause of death. Furthermore, the murderer, Tang Yu, was still at large. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Whether she committed suicide or was killed, we only need to examine the corpse carefully." Yunxing didn't say much. What she meant was that she wanted to bring them to the entrance of the Yun residence to investigate. Qing Sihai's medical skills weren't bad, but Yunxing didn't think that he had the ability to be a forensic doctor. No, Xian Yu is already dead. It's not enough that bastard Tang Yu humiliated her. You guys still want to desecrate her corpse after she died? Lu Hao insisted. No matter what, he wasn't willing to let Yunxing examine Xian Yu's corpse. The people of the boundless continent were simple and simple. They had always been respectful towards the corpses of the dead. It was already very humiliating that Xian Yu's corpse couldn't be buried after so long. If he let Yunxing examine the corpse in front of everyone, Lu Hao wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle in his heart. Second uncle, you heard her. She also said that I didn't kill that woman. Tang Yu had originally thought that Yunxing was here to kick him when he was down. Now that he heard Yunxing's words, he immediately beamed with joy. He also felt that Yunxing was much more pleasing to the eye. It was as if he couldn't remember who it was that had chased Yunxing out like a beggar when she was at her lowest. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll make sure you can't open your mouth for the rest of your life. Yunxing glared at him. Tang Yu was so frightened that he shuddered. Tang Yu was a lawless existence in the Yun residence. His mother doted on him too much, his maternal grandfather Yun Ba was also very protective of him, and his second uncle Yun Sanglong was also indifferent towards him. This was the reason why he had become like this today. Yunxing was the first person who dared to speak to him in such a tone. However, Tang Yu couldn't refute. He had seen how powerful Yunxing was. He heard from his mother that his second uncle's hand was cured by this murderous female jinx. Not only that, his mother also said that her alchemy skills were also very high. Previously, the son of the elder of Wushuan Limitless School's medicine hall was said to have offended this little jinx and was thus poisoned to death. Yunxing naturally didn't know that in the outside world, other than her superb medical skills and bloody lowly, she also had the title of poison doctor. Although Zhang Lang and Huan Nu weren't medical practitioners, they also felt that Yunxing's analysis just now was reasonable. However, Lu Hao was emotional and refused to agree to the other party's autopsy no matter what. Deputy Commander Yen, you also saw that Lu Hao has a bad temper. If he doesn't want to, none of us can do anything to convince him. I have an idea that may be able to calm both sides down. Huan Nu saw a group of big men staring at each other for a long time without a result, so she simply walked out and acted as a peacemaker. Yunxing looked at Huan Nu and saw that she was gorgeous and spoke quite appropriately. She was a woman and a magician, but she could be called an A-level hunter in the hunting world of Zhou State, where warriors were respected. If the other party was not outstanding in magic, then she must have some skills. Sometimes, compared with men, women could indeed play a different role. Deputy Commander Hua, what's your plan? Yunxing didn't know the other party's intention, so she followed Huan Nu's meaning and said. Everyone is a hunter. There has always been only one rule for hunters to speak and do things. Whoever is stronger will have the final say. There are people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and the Sky Hunting Corps present. Why don't we choose 3 people and have a competition? 3 wins and 2 losses. Whoever wins more will have the final say. Huan Nu chuckled and her pair of charming eyes lingered on Yun Sanglong for a while. Chapter 354. Yunxing looked around the arena. Second uncle, her, and Zhou Quan were the 3 of them. However, in terms of strength, second uncle Yun Sanglong's strength was unquestionable. The leader of the opposing team, Zhang Lang, was not weak either. As for Huan Nu, she had 4 magic soul stones on her magic scepter. She was a holy sorcerer. As for Lu Hao, he was able to become a B-grade hunter at such a young age. His strength should be at the level of a martial honor. At first glance, the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps' strength was obviously stronger than the Heaven Felling Corps. After all, the current competition was 3 wins and 2 losses. There was a limit to the number of matches. Yun Songlang also noticed this point. Just as he was about to remind Yunxing not to be fooled, Yunxing spoke first. 3 wins and 2 losses is fine. However, we will decide the participants. Sure, but the participants must be from the Heaven Felling Hunting Corps. Huan Nu looked at Yi Baiming meaningfully. This unbelievably handsome man had not spoken a single word since he entered the tavern. However, no one would ignore him. Even with Huan Nu's cultivation, no one could tell his level of cultivation. He's not from our hunting corps. He won't participate. Yunxing quickly distanced herself from Yi Baiming. She did not plan to let Yi Baiming fight. Little wild cat, you're making me very sad. Yi Baiming touched his nose and squeezed out an ugly smile on his handsome face. However, it was not convenient for Yi Baiming to investigate the affairs of the people. The residence of Yun was currently in a delicate situation in Zhou State. The Emperor of Zhou State obviously wanted to watch the tigers fight from the sidelines. He was a nosy prince who occasionally acted as a hunter. The Emperor of Zhou State would not have any objections. However, if he was directly related to the residents of Yun, it would be a different story. Straightforward. Since Deputy Commander Yan has spoken, we, the Wolf Fang Corps, will definitely accompany you to the end. If you win, I will persuade Lu Hao and Miss Xian Yu's family to let you undergo a second autopsy. However, if you lose, you will have to hand over Tang Yu. A cold light flashed in Huan Nu's beautiful eyes. Tang Yu was so scared that he was sweating profusely. He actually wanted to say, "You people are betting on my life and death, you should at least ask for my opinion." But when she recalled Yunxing's warning and ferocious gaze, Tang Yu had no choice but to stand together with Yi Baiming with a red face, waiting for this evenly matched, hunter competition. Since the words had already been spoken, it would be difficult to change them. Yun Songlang handed it over to Yunxing and lowered his voice. "Xing, what are you planning? Huan Nu and Lu Hao's skills are obviously much higher than yours. If we want to win, we need to win at least 2 matches." He also knew that Yunxing had a lot of tricks up her sleeve, but no matter how clever she was, once it was a one-on-one competition, it was useless. He might be able to defeat Song Lang, but if Yunxing and Zhou Quan were to win another match, he was afraid that, second uncle, it's just 2 wins and 1 loss. We still have more than a 50% chance of winning. Yunxing glanced at Huan Nu. The magic scepter in her hand was filled with fire-type soul stones. In Yunxing's eyes, it looked like the horn of victory. If it was a month ago, she wouldn't be so stupid as to compete with a sacred magus like Huan Nu. A sacred magus magic cultivation was 2 magic realms higher than Yunxing's, who was only an archmage at that time. The difference between the 2 magic realms was not easy to cross. However, after Yunxing obtained the Fire of Elves, it was very different. "Captain Song, this humble one is Yi Baiming. I am Deputy Captain Yan's best friend. Today, I am fortunate enough to witness the competition between the 2 great hunting groups of Zhou State. Yi Baiming has a presumptuous request. I hope to be the referee of this competition." When Yi Baiming mentioned his best friend, he deliberately emphasized his tone. Everyone could hear the special meaning in his words. Yun Songlang and Zhou Quan looked at Yunxing with strange expressions. However, Yunxing rolled her eyes at Yi Baiming. The latter looked satisfied and returned her a coquettish glance. His surname was Yi Baiming. Yi was the surname of the royal family of Zhou State. In addition to Yi Baiming's noble aura, his identity was self-evident. Song Lang couldn't refuse. It was good that there were people from the royal family present. Otherwise, there would be other explanations later. Tsang Lang and Yun Songlong didn't have any objections to Yi Baiming taking the initiative to be the referee. Before the competition began, both parties had to have a short discussion to determine the number of people who would compete. The people in the tavern took advantage of this time to clean up the extra tables in the tavern so that the two hunting groups wouldn't raise the entire tavern to the ground. Yun Xing pulled Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan to the side and deliberately lowered her voice. She was also afraid that others would hear her, so she simply cast a magic circle around her. On the other side, the people from the Wolf Fang hunting group were calm. Is that Yan Yin stupid? She actually agreed to Deputy Captain Hua's condition. With their mediocre skills, how can they beat the three of us? Lu Hao said with disdain. At this moment, he even suspected that the Yan Yun, who shocked everyone when she started a massacre in the Hunter's Fort on Mount Daoi that day, was really the harmless-looking girl in front of him. After all, from the looks of it, it had only been a year. How could there be such a huge change in the other party's body? Don't underestimate her. Huan Nu didn't let down her guard because of Yun Xing's straightforwardness. On the contrary, she felt that there was something hidden behind Yun Xing's smile. I think so too. Didn't you guys notice that even though Yun Songlong is the group leader, including Yun Songlong himself and another hunter, after Yan Yun came, they all followed her lead. As the group leader, Tsang Lang was even more considerate. If the young hunter listened to Yan Yun, it would make sense. However, even Yun Songlong, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, did the same. That was strange. Oh right, Lu Hao, the scene recorded in your previous magic scroll shows that Yan Yun is a summoner, right? Huan Nu thought left and right, then looked at Yun Xing's magic staff that was only inlaid with 2 soul stones. She couldn't understand where Yun Xing's confidence came from. The only possibility was Yun Xing's summoned beast. However, she didn't see Yun Xing's summoned beast. Yes, I remember. Her summoned beast doesn't seem to be anything special. It's just a dog. Lu Hao had seen the magic scroll countless times and was very familiar with the scene in the magic scroll. Then when the time comes, I'll make sure she doesn't even have time to summon. Huan Nu was a sacred magus. Her chanting speed was more than 10 times faster than the average magus. If Yun Xing still expected to be able to summon a summoned beast during a battle, then she was gravely mistaken. Yi Baiming and Tang Yu stood at the side. No one knew what the two sides were discussing. Tang Yu wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, when he looked at Yi Baiming next to him, he didn't have any thoughts of running away. Although Yi Baiming was just standing at the side, Tang Yu felt his legs twitching just by standing next to him. If Tang Yu was afraid of Yun Xing, then he was in absolute awe of Yi Baiming. Those people from the Hunter Corps might not know Yi Baiming's identity, but Tang Yu knew. He had stayed in Wushuan Everlasting School for a period of time. He was very clear about the legends of Yi Baiming's inhuman strength. Chapter 355. The former crown prince who came out of the cold palace, after being imprisoned for many years, shocked the world with a single feat and joined the Wushuan Limitless School. Although he was a prince, he had entered the Wushuan Limitless School at about the same time as Tang Yu. No matter who it was, they treated everyone equally. Tang Yu and Yi Baiming both started from the outer hall and participated in the morning, afternoon, and night training. However, Tang Yu did not last for a year and left the Wushuan Limitless School. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, rose from the outer hall to the inner hall like a rocket in more than a year's time, and finally became the #1 expert in the inner hall. Tang Yu had never seen him make a move, but he had heard that the two great experts in the inner hall, senior brother Qing Bai and Bu Zhouxiao, who were martial marquis, could only fight to a draw with Yi Baiming. That was just an old news from a year ago. He did not know what terrifying realm Yi Baiming's strength had risen to after a year had passed. Yi Baiming did not pay attention to Tang Yu's gaze. If not for Yunxing, he would not have interacted with someone like Tang Yu. Even with the soundproofing effect of the magic array, Yi Baiming's eyes, from beginning to end, only fell on Yunxing's body. Looking at her plump red lips, opening and closing, and her pitch-black eyes, a flash of intelligence, Yi Baiming suddenly felt very pleased in his heart. He actually wanted to tell Yunxing that he knew some lip reading, and he heard everything she said. As expected of a little wild cat, to be able to think of such a moral idea. Inside the magic array, Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan's expressions looked as if they had swallowed an egg. On the other hand, Yunxing's beautiful face was flushed red, and her face was beaming with joy. Yi Baiming watched in satisfaction, and his heart softened. During the time when Yunxing first disappeared, he felt that he was like a violent wild beast that wanted to tear apart everyone around him. It wasn't until he contacted Yunxing that he felt his anger disappear all of a sudden. He liked to stay with Yunxing. Even if the two of them did not say anything, just looking at her frown and smile from afar would make him feel relaxed. Perhaps she was the other half of his life. Inside the magic array, Yunxing did not notice Yi Baiming's gaze, and repeated the plan. Second uncle, Zhou Quan, do you understand? If you understand, give me some reaction. Seeing her second uncle and Zhou Quan's dumbfounded expression, Yun Songlong for Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong fell silent. Why did he feel that his niece was so wicked? Yun Songlong Yun was Yun Songyue Yun Songyue Yun was Yun Songyue was Master Yun. Young Master Yun was the kind of ruthless character who could make people laugh even in death. Zhou Yu Princess Yun Yu was Yun Masters Yun Yuns. I think that's too cowardly. Then what do you want to do? Or do you want to fight with that female magician? Let me tell you, a single fire magic from her can burn your entire body until it's as smooth as a white chicken. Yunxing threatened Zhou Quan with a fierce face. When Zhou Quan heard this, he felt even more embarrassed. Forget it, who asked him to meet Yun Songlong? What dignity? Go to hell. Xinger, your arrangement already has the best chance of winning. But, do you really want to fight with Huanu? You know her strength. Yun Songlong originally planned to fight with Song Lang and barely win the first round, then let Zhou Quan fight with Huanu, and finally Yunxing and Lu Hao. However, Yunxing insisted that she must fight with Huanu. Both of them were magicians. If they really fought, Yunxing would definitely be at a disadvantage. Second uncle, I have my own way. Don't worry, as long as you follow my arrangement, the Wolf Fang hunting corps will definitely lose. Yunxing's face was full of confidence. Her confidence also infected Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan. After the discussion, Yunxing removed the soundproof magic array. The Wolf Fang hunting corps had also finished their discussion. There were a total of 6 people on both sides, each occupying one side. Tang Yu hid in the corner obediently. Yi Baiming walked forward and said loudly, Today, I am honored to be the witness of the competition between the Sky Extermination Hunting Corps and the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps. Both sides have agreed to use the best of 3 method to determine the winner. The loser will follow the rules of the competition. If you are willing to bet, you must accept your loss. Also, this competition is not a life and death battle. Both sides must not overdo it. After Yi Baiming finished speaking, the leaders of both sides walked forward. They each raised a big bowl of wine and drank it. After Song Lang drank the wine, he smashed the bowl in a forthright manner. The sound of the bowl landing on the ground was unusually ear-piercing. Leader Yun, I have long heard of your name. Today, I am honored to be able to compete with you. No matter if I win or lose, I will definitely not say anything. After saying that, he got into his stance and was about to start the fight. Yun Songlong held the empty bowl and paused for a few seconds. Then, he coughed and said regretfully, "Leader Tsang, I am afraid that your wish will not come true. I will not be the one to compete with you in the first round." Yun Songlong braced himself and took a step back. Under Yunxing's gaze, Zhou Quan, who had a long face, took a step forward and faced Songlang. Zhou Quan's voice trembled, "I am sorry, everyone. I am Zhou Quan, an E-class, no, a D-class hunter of the sky-felling hunting corps. I just advanced a while ago." With every word that Zhou Quan said, the veins on Songlang's arm, which were popping out due to anger and humiliation, squirmed like earthworms. "Yun Songlong. What do you mean by this? You sent a D-class hunter to fight with me. You are humiliating our wolf Fang." Songlang went berserk on the spot. He did not expect that the leader and vice-leader of the sky-felling hunting corps would not be willing to compete in the first round. An ordinary hunter, a D-class hunter that even Lu Hao could not defeat. Huan Nu and Lu Hao were also shocked, especially Lu Hao. Zhou Quan, who was obviously the weakest in the sky-felling hunting corps, was going to compete. Then, the remaining two people. Did that not mean that he would most likely be competing with Yun Songlong? With Yun Songlong's skill, he could easily swat away his concealed weapon like swatting a fly. What was the point of competing? The smile on Huan Nu's face could no longer be maintained. She glared angrily at Yunxing. What a cunning little girl. No wonder she agreed so readily. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, shook his head and laughed. He had seen everything that Yunxing had mouthed just now. This little wild cat, not only did she have strange medical skills, her way of persuading people was also very strange. The battle formation that Yunxing had arranged was Zhou Quan vs Songlang, Yun Songlong vs Lu Hao, and herself vs Huan Nu. When such a battle formation was proposed, it was immediately rejected by Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong had his own set of theories. He believed that the battle between hunters was like going into battle to kill the enemy. The first round was the most crucial. The first round must be won. Only then would they be able to achieve a record of 3 wins and 2 losses in one go. However, Yunxing completely rejected Yun Songlong's point of view. She believed that in a situation where the enemy was strong and they were weak, they had to show weakness to make the other party lower their guard. She even gave a very simple story. It was a story called Tianji's horse racing. Chapter 356. It was about a minister called Tianji who had a horse race with the emperor of his country. The rule of the horse race was to win 2 out of 3 rounds. Every time he competed, he lost. Because no one else's horse could beat the emperor's horse. In the end, Tianji used an even more ingenious method under the advice of one of his family's advisors. It was still 2 out of 3 rounds. Both sides would send out 3 types of horses, which were superior, intermediate, and inferior. In the past, Tianji would always lose. But this time, he changed his strategy. He used his inferior horse to fight the emperor's superior horse, the intermediate horse to fight the opponent's inferior horse, and the superior horse to fight the opponent's intermediate horse. In this way, he really obtained a battle record of 2 wins and 1 loss, smoothly obtaining victory. Yunxing used the story of Tianji's horse race to compare the strength of the Sky Slayer hunting corps and the Wolf Fang hunting corps. Yun Songlong and Songlang were both superior horses. In terms of strength, Yun Songlong and Songlang might be neck and neck. Because this competition was limited, Yun Songlong did not have absolute confidence in winning. Yunxing and Huan Nu were both intermediate horses. The strength of a sorcerer could only be determined after the competition. Zhou Quan and Lu Hao were both inferior horses. Looking at the situation, Lu Hao was slightly stronger than Zhou Quan. If the 3 rounds of competition went according to everyone's expectations, the result would most likely be Yun Songlong drawing, Zhou Quan losing, and Yunxing being undecided. In this way, the chances of winning would be very low. But if they followed Yunxing's arrangement, the result would be Zhou Quan losing, Yunxing winning, and Yunxing being undecided. In this way, Yunxing only needed to fight for a draw, and Tianji would be guaranteed to lose. If she won, Tianji would obtain a complete victory. From Yunxing's explanation, Yun Songlong comprehended a brand new military strategy. He could not help but be shocked. Yunxing secretly said in her heart, "Great strategist son, please don't blame me. This junior will borrow your military strategy." As a result, the current battle formation was formed. But even if he knew that Yunxing and the others were playing tricks, Zhang Lang could not do anything. Who asked the deputy leader of the other party to say before the competition that the order of appearance and personnel would be decided by them? Fine, let's fight then. You brat, I can break your spine with one punch. Blue Wolf had not been angered to this extent for a long time. He vented his anger on Zhou Quan. He had said that he would not overdo it, but since Zhou Quan did not respect him, he could not be blamed for being merciless. As long as he did not kill Zhou Quan, he would not go overdid it. Guild leader Tsang, how can I fight with you? The vice guild leader said that I'm just going through the motions. In the first round of the competition, I surrender and forfeit. After saying this, Zhou Quan took out a white handkerchief from his body and waved it as if he was performing a magic trick. Their young master had said that if they couldn't win, they could give up. Sometimes, running away was also a kind of victory. Zhang Lang's face was black and green as if it had been splashed with ink. He pointed at Zhou Quan and then at Yunxing. After a long time, he finally said, "All right. You are very good. Since that's the case, I'll announce the results. In the first round of the competition, Captain Blue Wolf has won. This is the fastest competition I've ever seen." Yi Baiming suspected that Captain Blue Wolf had suffered serious, internal injuries. Then let's enter the second round. The second round is... Yi Baiming looked at the lineup of both parties. Lu Hao walked out from the Zhanglang Hunting Corps. Yun Songlong walked out from the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Leader Yun, Lu Hao knows that his cultivation is low and cannot be your opponent. But I am a member of the Zhanglang Hunting Corps. Our group's motto is to die. Our heads can be broken, blood can be shed, but we cannot lose our dignity. So I, Lu Hao, must fight this battle. Lu Hao could be considered a man. He knew that there was a great disparity between his strength and Yun Songlong's, but he still braced himself to fight. After hearing Lu Hao's words, the 2 leaders of the Zhanglang Hunting Corps were delighted. Look, this is what it means to be a hunter. Compared to Zhou Quan, the difference was like heaven and earth. Zhou Quan muttered on the side, "TCH, our young master has taught us that as long as there is life, there is hope. If you don't want your life, then you are an idiot. After 20 years, whatever Zhanglang will become a crippled wolf. At that time, it will be my time to shine." If Yun Songlong heard these words, he would probably be foaming at the mouth. He did not know that his niece had already brainwashed the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Lu Hao's insistence made things difficult for Yun Songlong. Logically speaking, this time, he had stood up for Tang Yu and he owed Lu Hao. Logically speaking, he, Yun Songlong, had already been famous for over 10 years. If he really fought against Lu Hao, even if he won, it would still be unreasonable for him to do so. How about this? I will fight with you. But you are a junior and have an order of seniority. I will not fight with you for real. I can see that you are very skilled in using hidden weapons. Our fight will be using hidden weapons. Yun Songlong walked in front of Lu Hao and pointed at the dagger on his waist. You will use all of your moves. I will stand here without moving. You will use all of the hidden weapons on your waist to shoot at me. I will not move a single step and will not use my limbs to block. If you can hit me, or force me to move a single step, then you win. When Yun Songlong said this, Lu Hao's eyes, which originally did not have much confidence, immediately lit up. The two captains of the Wolf Fang hunting corps, who had been made a fool of by Yun Xing and had won, also couldn't help but be happy. You are the one who said this, Captain Yun. Lu Hao instantly gritted his teeth. He opened the soft armor on his body and a row of daggers could be seen on his waist. Lu Hao was good at using hidden weapons, especially throwing daggers. He was famous in the hunting corps for being a fast blade user. He had once killed more than 10 hunting corps soldiers who were on par with him on a mission without any support from anyone. He only relied on the row of hidden weapons on his waist to shoot and kill more than 10 hunting corps soldiers who were on par with him. It was also because of this that the Wolf Fang hunting corps made an exception and promoted him to a B-grade hunter. Yun Songlong's strength was very strong, but if he couldn't move his limbs and couldn't even move his feet, then he would be like a dead end. Lu Hao didn't believe that he couldn't hit Yun Songlong under these conditions. Second uncle. Captain. One family was happy while the other was sad. Yun Sheng was almost angered to death by her second uncle. She had spent a lot of effort to gain the advantage, but it was wiped out by him with one sentence. It wasn't that she didn't believe in her second uncle, but it was just that a horse could make a mistake. If he wasn't careful and got hit, then they wouldn't be able to compete in the next round. Sheng Zhou Quan, believe in me. Yun Songlong smiled faintly at the two of them, appearing very confident. Yun Xing glanced at her second uncle. She realized that at that moment, her second uncle seemed to be radiating the heroic spirit of a young man. If they could completely let her second uncle get rid of the past through this competition and return to his former self, then why not? Either way, they would just have to pay with Tang Yu's life. Thinking of this, Yun Xing felt relieved. Then I'll offend you. Please enlighten us, Captain Yun. Lu Hao and Yun Songlong both got into their stances. Chapter 357. Yun Songlong was just standing there normally. His back was ramrod straight and his eyes were relaxed. He looked like he was taking a stroll after a meal. He didn't look like he was going to compete at all. On the other hand, Lu Hao looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He had been a hunter for many years and had seen a lot of things. However, if his opponent was Yun Songlong, one of the two heroes of Zhou State, he wouldn't be so sure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Hao moved immediately. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like springs as he instantly pulled out 3 daggers. Each dagger was extremely sharp and emitted a chill. The daggers turned into 3 arcs and directly attacked Yun Songlong's face, waist, knees and other vital points. The daggers were fast, but Yun Songlong was faster. His originally ramrod straight body only made a few small swings and easily dodged Lu Hao's 3 daggers. Lu Hao was also prepared. His left hand instantly threw out another 5 flying daggers. Yun Songlong's figure swayed and quickly dodged a few more times. When the daggers brushed past his body, Lu Hao suddenly jumped back. Using the strength of his legs and waist, he was like a fully tensed crossbow. His left and right hands quickly moved towards his waist. In an instant, the entire tavern was filled with the shadows of knives and daggers. On the walls of the tavern, countless shadows of daggers surrounded Yun Songlong like raindrops. Yunxing used her Shenong pupil and saw that Lu Hao's left and right hands actually shot out more than 50 daggers. This made Yunxing very surprised. He was indeed a hunter with the potential of the Wolf Fang hunting corps. 50 daggers could pierce a living person into a hornet's nest. Second uncle couldn't move. How could he dodge this time? Yun Songlang's face didn't change. In front of everyone's eyes, his figure disappeared in an instant. No, he didn't disappear, but Yi Baiming's gaze slightly changed. What a handsome body movement. Yun Songlang's title as a martial arts grandmaster was not undeserved. Just as the 50 over daggers were approaching him like a torrential rain, he exerted strength in his legs. His body was like a roly-poly toy, swaying non-stop in all directions. The bystanders could only see countless afterimages. Every time Yun Songlang dodged, he was only a hair's breadth away. However, Yun Songlang was always able to cleverly dodge a dagger. The dagger that was only a hair's breadth away was actually diffused by his roly-poly body technique. His feet, however, did not move a single step, just as Lu Hao had promised him earlier. Lu Hao had just steadied himself. When he saw the current situation, a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Second uncle, nice dodge. Yunxing couldn't help but praise. Good job, Commander. Zhou Quan was also dumbfounded. Song Lang and Huan Nu couldn't help but reveal looks of admiration. Those with weaker cultivations would probably immediately bleed from their 7 orifices and injure their internal organs. That shout formed a waterfall of fighting energy. The fragments of the dagger, which were originally less than a foot away from Yun Songlong, all fell to the ground like stones sinking into the ocean. Looking at the fragments of the dagger, each of them had already been compressed and deformed by the fighting energy. They were like deformed pushpins. Lu Hao's face was pale. He looked at the fragments of the dagger on the ground and then looked at Yun Songlong, who was still standing upright like a green pine tree. Only then did he know how big the gap between him and Yun Songlong was. Strength was everything. No matter how skillful he was with concealed weapons, or how ingenious his techniques were, he was still inferior to Yun Songlong, who was standing still. Lu Hao was like a defeated rooster. He saluted Yun Songlong with cupped hands and said wholeheartedly, Commander Yun, I lost. Only then did Yi Baiming announce, Commander Yun wins the second round of the competition. After 2 rounds, 1 win and 1 loss. The third round. The third round is naturally between me and Yen Yun. Huan Nu's charming eyes slightly raised. She walked out and patted Lu Hao. Lu Hao, you did very well just now. As long as you work hard enough, one day you will also reach Commander Yun's cultivation. Although they won the first round, Zhang Lang and Huan Nu were full of anger. Although they lost the second round, Zhang Lang, Huan Nu, and Lu Hao were wholeheartedly convinced. This was the rule of survival for the hunters. They would rather lose openly than win without knowing the reason behind it. Yun Songlang also looked at Lu Hao approvingly and nodded. In that situation just now, the opponent was only an ordinary young hunter. It was really not easy for him to react so quickly. Only then did Lu Hao pull himself together. He secretly thought that in the future, Yun Songlang would be his goal. He must surpass him. The third round of the competition was the last and also the most important one. Yunsheng and Huan Nu both walked out. Chapter 358. Huan Nu smiled and said, Little girl, you are so scheming. You forced me to take action. I thought we would only have 2 rounds of competition. Huan Nu originally planned to win the first 2 rounds, but she didn't expect that Yunsheng's last-minute plan would force her to enter the third round. Deputy Commander Hua, you are too polite. Both of us are magicians. You are older than me, so I call you sister. Since you are my elder, you can decide how we will compete in this round. As the saying goes, one shouldn't slap a smiling face. Yunxing had a delicate appearance. Now that she called her sister, Huan-Nu was really embarrassed to be angry with her. Hee, since that's the case, I'll call Vice Commander Yen little sister. I heard that you are a summoner. Huan-Nu's beautiful eyes wandered as she wondered if Yunxing would play any tricks in the competition later. Although I am a summoner, I don't often use my summoned beasts to fight. Since we are both magicians, of course, we will use magic. I promise that I won't use my summoned beasts in the competition later. Yunxing's words made Huan-Nu even more puzzled. She didn't use her summoned beasts. She was only an archmage. How dare she compete with her, a saint magician? Let's compete in magic. My magic realm is higher than yours. If I fight with you directly, I will be bullying the weak. Why don't we try something else? Huan-Nu smiled. She walked forward and held Yunxing's hand. The two looked very intimate. Several men at the side looked at each other. What did these two women want? A magician's ability is divided into several kinds. For example, magic sensitivity, chanting, and destructive power. We are not a temple, so we won't compete in magic sensitivity. As for destructive power, this tavern is the property of the Hunter Union. If we make a big scene, the old guys of the Hunter Union won't let us go. So, let's go to an open space outside for this competition. Huan-Nu said in a charming voice. Sister, you are right. Are we going to compete in magic chanting? Yunxing looked well behaved. Her pair of black eyes made her look even more innocent. Seeing her like this, it was really hard to imagine that she had used so many methods earlier. Yi Baiming watched from the side and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yet another person had been tricked. Little Wild Cat's tricks worked on both men and women. Let's compete in magic incantations. You know intermediate fire magic, right? Huan-Nu originally wanted Yunxing to follow her pace, but who knew that unknowingly, she was following Yunxing's pace. I know a little, Yunxing said modestly. Then let's have a competition. Let's see who can shoot out the most flame bursts in the shortest amount of time. Huan-Nu said. Yunxing thought for a while and quickly agreed. Considering that the destructive power of the flame explosion could be big or small, they decided to proceed with the third round of the competition outside the city. Sister, there is a river in front. Let's use the flame explosion one after the other and see whose fire magic is better. Huan-Nu saw that Yunxing didn't object all the way. She felt proud in her heart, but also felt that something was wrong. Blazing explosion was the second type of fire magic that Yunxing had comprehended. It was also a type of intermediate magic. For an archmagus, casting blazing explosion wasn't strenuous, but it wasn't easy either. Generally speaking, an archmagus would be able to chant 6 to 10 blazing explosions at a time when they were in a state of deep meditation. Huan-Nu said that it was a fair competition, so she also used a special sealing spell to reduce her magic cultivation to that of an archmage. Even the last 2 soul stones on her magic scepter couldn't be used. Her action seemed very fair. In the eyes of Wolf Fang and Skyfeld, it was also considered fair. However, Yunxing sneered in her heart. Huan-Nu was indeed worthy of being the vice-captain. If she hadn't lived 2 lives, she would have been fooled by her thoughts and calculations. Only mages, especially those who were experienced mages, would know that the difference between a Saint Magus and an Archmage wasn't just a difference in the amount of magic power. Since Huan-Nu could become a Saint Magus, it meant that her magic control was very strong. It was at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary Archmage. This meant that even if they had the same amount of magic power, an archmage could use sensitive magic control to fire no less than 30 flame explosions in a row. Therefore, if this competition went according to Huanu's plan, Yunxing would lose, and lose miserably. However, how could Yunxing let Huanu manipulate her so easily? The river that the two of them chose for the competition was the largest river outside the Jade capital. Due to the dry weather, the river had shrunk to half of its original size. Brownish-yellow sand was exposed on the riverbed. "Sister, why don't we just use magic together and see who's better?" Yunxing blinked innocently. "Sure, everyone, look carefully. I've already used magic to seal myself. For the time being, I'm an archmage like Sister Yen." Huanu showed everyone. "Then let's begin. Let's start chanting at the same time." Huanu looked modest. She took out her magic scepter. Yunxing also held her magic scepter tightly. Huanu's magic scepter was just like her clothes and appearance. It was a red jade bone scepter. Its color was like jade and it was half a person's height. It was much more eye-catching than Yunxing's enigmatic bone scepter. She also wanted to show off. She threw the red jade bone scepter in her hand high up in the air. With a beautiful hand movement, she held the bone scepter in her hand and started chanting. Chapter 359. She could not understand how the other party, who was also a fire mage, could steal all the fire magical elements that originally belonged to her like a group of bandits when they started chanting at the same time. "Leader, the deputy leader's condition seems a little strange." Although they were not mages, the two members of the Wolf Fang hunting corps felt that something was wrong with Huanu. Although the deputy leader of Huanu was a woman, she was famous for being resourceful in the group. During the development of the Wolf Fang hunting corps, they had encountered many crises, big and small, and Huanu had helped Wolf resolve them one by one. No matter how difficult the situation was, Huanu had never been as abnormal as she was today. Of course, Huanu did not know that the person she encountered today was not an ordinary fire mage, but the almost insane Yunxing. A mage's magical power was affected by many factors, but it was recognized that the more magic souls one had, the higher their magical affinity would be, and they would enjoy a certain level of priority when obtaining magical elements. Although Yunxing and Huanu had a gap in strength, and could not control magic as well as Huanu, the advantage of her 5 elemental magic souls made up for it to a certain extent. In addition, her magic scepter had the brand of the wind spirit, so her chanting was smoother and faster than the average person. However, the most important thing was that she was going to compete in fire magic today. Huanu thought that she had the absolute advantage in the battle of fire magic, but Yunxing did not let her have her way, because she had the brand of the hellfire of the elves on her. The hellfire of the elves was the most precious fire seed of the fire spirit king, one of the 4 nature spirit kings. It was known as the king of all fires. Once the hellfire of the elves appeared, all the fires in the boundless land would pale in comparison. Not to mention, the surrounding fire magical elements immediately swarmed over when they smelled the hellfire of the elves, fighting to be the first to flatter it. To put it in perspective, Huanu and Yunxing were engaged in a tug-of-war competition. Due to the hellfire of the elves, Yunxing had 100 people on her side, while Huanu was left with only 1 person. The outcome of this competition had been decided from the beginning. That's impossible. Almost all of the fire magic elements have entered her body. Huanu gripped the red jade bone staff tightly. His fiery red nails pierced into his palm, and he felt a piercing pain. The pain made Huanu sober up a little. Impossible, it was impossible for an ordinary great magus to have such powerful magic senses. Could she be? Huanu thought again, and suddenly remembered that Yen Yun had said that she was a doctor. It was very likely that she had used some kind of forbidden medicine to blindly enhance her magic sensitivity in order to win the battle. I can't be scared by him. The competition is still going on, so I must continue. Even if there is only a small amount of fire magic elements, I can still chant the most perfect flame explosion. Huanu's complexion became serious. He immediately adjusted his state of mind and calmed down. Then, he began to chant the second chant. So what if he had a large amount of magic elements? Only a smart mage would know that the wisest choice was to use the least amount of magic elements to create the best effect. Generally speaking, a mage's physique was not strong. If Yan Yun had absorbed the magic elements that her body could not bear in order to win the battle, then her body would probably not be able to bear it when he released the magic later. Fire magic elements were the most dangerous of the 4 natural magic elements. They were full of violence. Huanu had once met a mage who had taken a similar kind of forbidden medicine. His body was directly torn apart by the violent fire magic elements, and he burned himself into a pile of ashes. Yan Yun, you asked for it. Huanu calmed down and continued to chant the second chant. Soon, she rushed into the surrounding environment to obtain the fire magic elements. Seeing that Huanu had recovered, the 2 members of the Wolf Fang hunting corps could not help but feel relieved. They believed that Huanu, the deputy leader, would be able to easily defeat the arrogant female mage this time. Yi Baiming and Tang Yu stood aside. Tang Yu's small eyes were anxiously looking at Yunsheng and Huanu. He was in a dilemma. He wanted Yunsheng to win, but at the same time, he did not want her to win. If she won, his life might be saved. But if she won, it would prove that she was more outstanding than him. Yunsheng's appearance had seriously threatened Tang Yu's position in the Yun mansion. It's better to win this round, and then let Mother ask the Bloody Hand Tycoon to kill that eyesore. Tang Yu thought insidiously. While they were waiting, Huanu and Yunsheng finished chanting one after another. Middle-level magic, flame explosion. Huanu was the first to finish chanting. 2 soul stones on the red jade bone scepter in her hand lit up at the same time. They were the soul stones of 80-year and 200-year magical beasts. The ratio of Huanu's magic scepter was quite good. Several flame explosions were shot out from the magic scepter. They were like meteors, rumbling through the sky and exploding on the surface of the river. Suddenly, water splashed everywhere on the surface of the river. The stones on the riverbed were also overturned by the shocking impact of the flame explosions. 1, 2, 3. Lu Hao and Zhou Quan could not hold back. They rushed forward and counted the number of flame explosions. There were a total of 15 flame explosions. The water on the surface of the river was blown up by the explosions and splashed several meters high. It looked like the surface of the sea had been hit by a violent storm. 15 flame explosions. It was not a lot, but it was barely enough. Huanu thought. She turned her gaze and looked at Yunsheng again. At this time, Yunsheng also waved the bewitching bone scepter in her hand. When the scepter was raised, the flame explosion did not appear as expected. Could it be that she had been chanting for a long time, but she did not even succeed in chanting the basic flame explosion? Tang Yu's heart thumped. He almost cursed out loud. She must be doing it on purpose. She wanted to kill him on purpose. Just when everyone was surprised, a sharp cry came from the sky. Everyone raised their heads at the same time, only to hear a flaming bird spread its flaming wings in the air. It dragged its peacock-like tail, and every feather that was formed from flames was clearly textured. That is flame transformation. Huanu could not help but cry out in surprise. The flame bird gave a crisp cry. Suddenly, its head and tail swayed, and the entire bird turned into a fireball. As the fireball rolled, hundreds of flame feathers fell from the sky. When the feathers were in the air, they turned into fist-sized flame explosions. Boom, boom, boom. It was too late to say, but it was too fast. Countless feather-shaped flame explosions hit the water at the same time. This pitiful river had only just digested 15 flame bursts a while ago when it immediately encountered the magic madman, Yunxing. Hundreds of flame feathers turned into flame explosions. It was as if a submachine gun had swept across the river. On the surface of the river, waves splashed everywhere. Before the water vapor could splash, it was evaporated into white vapor by the high temperature of hundreds of degrees. The riverbed was also splashed with mud, and countless rocks were smashed into dust. The flame bird in the sky disappeared, but the water vapor and smoke in front of them had not dispersed. On the riverbank, the few people who were petrified did not even notice that they were drenched in mud and water vapor. Improved flame explosion, 9 heaven phoenix explosion. Yunxing wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed. Chapter 360. Yunxing also did not expect that the fire magic soul in her body would undergo such a huge change after absorbing the fire of elves. Originally, she had only wanted to absorb a little more magic elements and release 20 to 30 flame explosions. Who would have thought that she would accidentally absorb too much fire magic elements in the air? When she finished chanting and was about to release the magic, she felt that the fire magical elements in her body were about to explode. This feeling was like a balloon that was suddenly filled with too much gas. If this continued, it would explode sooner or later. In order to find a suitable outlet, she had no choice but to change the flame explosion at the last minute. That was how she came up with her third fire magic spell. At the same time, it was also an improved fire magic spell. Its power was comparable to that of a high-level spell, the 9 Heavens Phoenix Explosion. As it was her first time using it, Yunxing was not very satisfied with the form of a flaming bird formed by the fire magical elements. In her opinion, the form of a phoenix could be more perfect. But at least the effect of the flame explosion was achieved. This could be seen from the stunned faces of the few people. When the white smoke dissipated, the original appearance of the river was also revealed. The river was full of holes from the explosion. Not a single drop of water could be seen in the river. The entire riverbed was also blown to smithereens. It was also a fire magic spell. The result was obvious at a glance. Yi Baiming coughed a few times. He had dodged in time just now. Among the crowd, he was the only one with a clean face and clothes. Tang Yu was the most miserable. He was standing close to the riverbed and the mud that splashed out completely turned him into a mud figurine. The competition is over. I think everyone already knows the result. Yi Baiming secretly gave Yunxing a thumbs up. This fellow was really a monster. This new magic spell came at the right time. Not only did she win, but she also made the leader of the Heaven Extermination Hunters proud. Pooh, pooh, it stinks. Tang Yu also reacted. He spat out the river mud in his mouth and looked at Yunxing. His anger immediately turned into joy. We won. Haha, that's great. I don't have to die. Shut up. Yi Baiming rolled his eyes, picked Tang Yu up, and tossed him aside. Tang Yu's beer barrel-like body flew out with a whoosh. His 4 feet were in the air, and he was like an upside-down tortoise as he fell into the muddy riverbank. Now, he could finally have some peace and quiet. I lost. Huanu's voice was as soft as a mosquito bite. Her mind was filled with the scene of the 9 Heavens Phoenix explosion. That was a spell that she had never seen before. She was able to complete the incantation in such a short period of time and cast it perfectly. She had really lost. She had lost completely. Even if she hadn't used her magic, she wouldn't have been able to use such magic. A sacred magus had actually lost so miserably against an archmagus. This could be considered the worst defeat that Huan had ever experienced since he was born. You must have cheated. How could an archmagus release such inconceivable magic? Lu Hao couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Yunxing and was tongue-tied. He didn't know how to describe the magic that she had just used. God knew that he had been dumbfounded just now. It was said that magic was beautiful but useless, while combat skills were simple but useless. Lu Hao had always thought so. But today, after witnessing the magic of the other party's mage, Yan Yun, his view was completely overturned. For a moment, he regretted becoming a warrior. He should have reincarnated as a mage. After the shock, he was enraged. The other party was just an archmagus. There were plenty of archmagi in their hunting corps. But if there was one who could release such a magic, he, Lu Hao, would have to follow the other party's surname. So, after thinking about it, Lu Hao could only come to one conclusion. The other party had either concealed her strength or consumed forbidden drugs. I'm indeed an archmagus. But my strength has improved recently. I should be able to break through and become a master magus soon. Yunxing's face was calm. As for the forbidden drugs, did you see me take them when you were walking with me? Or can I go to the temple with you now to see if there are any remnants of the magic medicine in my body? No need. If you win, you win. I've already lost. I just want to ask you one thing. Yan Yun, how old are you this year? Huan Nu returned to normal after experiencing the humiliation just now. Her character was like the fire magic element. She was straightforward. She would burn it all in one go. Once it was over, she would let it go. I'm 8 years old this year. I'll be 9 soon. Yunxing said. Huan Nu's mouth twitched. Song Lang's face stiffened. Lu Hao's jaw almost dropped. The three of them said in unison, "You're only 8 years old. That's too abnormal. An 8-year-old archmagus. No, she would soon become a master magus." This kind of person was not only a monster, but also a genius at the level of abnormal. No wonder the strong man at the level of Emperor Zhao accepted her as his disciple. Then why are you in the Sky Hunting Corps? With your magic cultivation and ability to comprehend magic, you should be recommended to join the mainland's magic elite camp. Huan Nu rolled her eyes. In her impression, such an abnormal person should not wander around the continent. They should all be caught and sent to the mainland's magic elite camp to compete with the group of abnormal magic geniuses. What mainland's magic elite camp? No one told me to go. Yunxing shrugged. Age would always be her Achilles heel. Looking at her appearance, the few people at the side only had one thought. Strangle her to death. The 3 people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps were completely speechless. Previously, they were still ashamed of Yunxing's deceitful methods. However, after many competitions, they clearly understood that the other party did not use any despicable methods to win. On the contrary, the Sky Hunting Corps knew their strengths and weaknesses very well. Zhou Quan was the weakest among them, so they did not fight force with force. Instead, they simply admitted defeat. In this way, not only did they preserve their strength, but they also avoided casualties. This method was the most feasible for the Sky Hunting Corps. And the person who made this decision was precisely that abnormal magician who was not even 8 years old, Yan Yun. The Wolf Fang Hunting Corps and the others had a premonition that under the leadership of Yun Canglang and Yan Yun, the Sky Hunting Corps would very likely become a legend in the hunting world of Zhou State. It was even possible that they could make up for the regret of Zhou State's hunting world and become the first SSS-level hunting corps in the history of Zhou State. Of course, this was all in the future. Chapter 361. The Wolf Fang hunting corps accepted their loss and did not continue to pester them. Tang Yu was also pulled out from the mud by Yun Songlong. His head was covered in mud and he had already fainted from suffocation. If he went back like this, even his biological mother, Yun Sangshue, would not be able to recognize him. When Yun Xing saw this, she pulled out a Four Seasons glazed needle and pricked him a few times. That kid jumped up like a dead pig that had been scalded by boiling water. Tang Yu realized that he could not make a sound. He pointed at Yun Xing with a face full of anger. You talk too much. Before I find out the cause of death, you shall remain mute. Yun Xing was not in a good mood. She was going to conduct an autopsy later. If not for the fact that she still needed Tang Yu's testimony, she really wanted to do what Yi Baiming did and kick Tang Yu until he would forever be a dead tortoise. Seeing Tang Yu's appearance, Lu Hao felt a little better. The three of you, we are willing to accept our loss and agree to let Vice Commander Yen conduct the autopsy. However, this is also because I believe that Deputy Commander Yan's character will definitely uphold justice for me. Lu Hao was a magnanimous person. He led the members of the Sky Hunting Corps to the Yun residence. It's the Yun residence. When they saw Yun Songlong and the disoriented Tang Yu, the family and relatives of the deceased Miss Xian Yu all gathered around. Uncle, Auntie. Seeing the angry crowd that was about to erupt into a conflict at any time, Lu Hao walked out. He roughly repeated Yun Xing's words to her. Nonsense, Lu Hao. Xian Yu is already dead and you still want to humiliate her corpse. Moreover, look at those people behind you. They are all from the residence of Yun. How can you believe what they say? Xian Yu's father walked out. He was an old scholar who had studied and cared about his reputation the most. After his daughter was defiled by that bastard from the Yun residence, he had once thought of marrying his daughter into the Yun residence. Who knew that his foolish daughter would not say a word and hang herself outside the Yun residence? Now, they were saying that Xian Yu didn't hang herself. If this wasn't nonsense, then what was? Father, you said earlier that Miss Xian Yu committed suicide. Let me ask you, if you were in her shoes, would you be able to hang yourself on such a tall ancient tree? Yunxing also knew that an autopsy was going to challenge the nerves of these ancient people. She simply took a few steps back until she reached the ancient banyan tree. The celestial jade was found hanging under the ancient tree. After being reminded by Yunxing, Xin Yu's father walked to the ancient tree and looked up at the treetops. He was about 1.7 meters tall. Xian Yu was a woman, so she was only about 1.6 meters tall. However, even with Xian Yu's father's height, he was still more than a meter away from the top of the ancient banyan tree, which was closest to the ground. Perhaps my daughter used a stepping stone and hung herself on it. Xian Yu's father thought for a moment and looked at the rock not far away. He reluctantly replied, moreover, we have already invited a doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Dr. Ching came to take a look and he also insisted that our Xian Yu committed suicide by hanging herself. However, from what I know, when the Yun residence people found the corpse, there were no rocks or stools around. Instead, there were many signs of struggle beside Miss Xian Yu's hand. Yunxing walked to the coffin and grabbed Xian Yu's hand. I wonder if Dr. Ching checked these wounds at that time. Indeed, there were many small wounds on her wrist and fingers that had already changed color. This. Xian Yu's father was a scholar. How would he know so much? He didn't know how to respond. In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Qing Sihai was in the middle of a discussion with a few doctors. Suddenly, someone outside requested to see him. The person said that he was Xian Yu's family and hoped that Dr. Qing could spare some time to conduct an autopsy. Autopsy? What's going on? Didn't we already make it clear? Why do you still want to conduct an autopsy? Cheng Sihai's expression turned unfriendly. Ever since the incident with the volunteer medical consultation, Cheng Sihai had been plagued with bad luck. The medical reputation that he had accumulated over the years was almost completely destroyed. When Dagwa made him stop doing consultations for a period of time, even the ordinary refining of pills was handed over to others. A large portion of a doctor's income came from conducting consultations. Cheng Sihai stopped doing consultations and his income was greatly reduced. The worst thing was that Qi Fangfei even ordered people to investigate his past pill refining and purchasing records. This caused a large portion of his income from medicinal herbs to be cut off. On one hand, Cheng Sihai wanted to restore his medical reputation. On the other hand, he had to think of a way to earn some income. Coincidentally, at this time, the Yun residence incident that shocked the entire Jade capital happened. He also happened to have some friendship with Xian Yu's father, that old scholar. Cheng Sihai was duty-bound and took the initiative to act as a coroner for a while. His intention was to borrow the Yun residence incident that had caused a commotion in the entire city to regain some attention. He wasn't proficient in autopsy to begin with. He merely skimmed through some of the notes of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and based on the normal signs of hanging, he was able to write a death certificate. The diagnosis written on it was that the patient had hanged himself. In fact, through this incident at the Yun residence, Cheng Sihai had regained some of his reputation. When Daogua's anger had also dissipated, and he was relieved to allow him to resume his treatment. Since his goal had been achieved, Cheng Sihai naturally wasn't willing to touch any unlucky corpses. Dr. Cheng, the other party said that Xian Yu might not have committed suicide. He said that your autopsy was wrong. The person who came to report the news was also at a loss. He was only a messenger. Who dares to question this doctor's examination? Or does he think that he is better than the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? Cheng Sihai was dissatisfied. The other party said that the female doctor of the little Xiantong is young. The messenger said vaguely. Little Xiantong. I'm afraid it's Yun Sheng. Only she dares to question our Medicine Emperor Pavilion and dare to conduct an autopsy. Cheng Sihai, our Medicine Emperor Pavilion can't lose to little Xiantong. Let's go, I'll go with you. Qi Fangfei walked out. She had been in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for the past few days. Today, when she came down, she heard the news. She had investigated Yun Xing's background and found out that she was actually the daughter of the eldest son of the Yun residents, Yun Songhai. If she could make use of Tang Yu's matter this time, she would be able to defeat little Xiantong in one fell swoop. This was much more efficient than starting from the herb supplier and slowly erasing little Xiantong. When Cheng Sihai heard this, he had no choice but to put down the work in his hand. Carrying a medicine box, he rushed over with Qi Fangfei. When they arrived outside the Yun residence, a simple shed was already set up outside. There was a group of Yun residence's guards outside, blocking the people who came to watch the show. We're from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. We're here to conduct an autopsy. After showing their doctor badge, Cheng Sihai and Qi Fangfei walked in. The scene had already been cleaned up and most of the irrelevant people had already been asked to leave. Those present were the 3 people from the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps, the 3 people from the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps, Tang Yu, and Xian Yu's parents. Seeing their daughter's corpse being moved out, Xian Yu's parents burst into tears. Yun Sheng, what do you mean by this? Cheng Sihai took a look and saw that it was really Yun Sheng. He immediately flew into a rage. He had really seen a ghost. Ever since he met this brat, he didn't have any good days. His status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had plummeted and his reputation was ruined. Occasionally, he would be questioned when he conducted an autopsy. The main culprit was this damned brat in front of him. Make way. The door of the Yun residence opened. Old General Yun Ba walked out accompanied by Uncle Yun and Yun Sangxue. Yun Sangxue saw her precious son's appearance. His face was bruised and swollen, his body was covered in mud, and he couldn't even speak. She immediately fumed. Like a shrew, she loudly scolded, "Who was it? Who made my Yu like this? It's already good that he's still breathing." Yunxing glanced at Yun Sangxue and then looked at the cold corpse. A sharp light flashed through her eyes, causing Yun Sangxue to immediately become mute. Yun Ba was still in the residence, racking his brains on how to deal with the bloody hand tycoon. Suddenly, he heard Uncle Yun say that Yun Sanglang and Yun Xing had brought a group of people to the residence. Among them were people from the Wolf Fang hunting corps. Could it be that the negotiations had failed? Yun Ba couldn't help but walk out.